What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Tech tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's talk now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like, hey, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's ask one. I love to tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. You know? Right. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel. But then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Hold the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never showed the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we live. We got an interesting topic today. I'm gonna get straight to it, not gonna hold you up. Man, but please drop that link to any family members or friends or those of you that are in all of those pseudo groups that continue to pop up on Facebook. Talking about that these people are X, Y, and Z. We're gonna get into something Lucky left off at, and I'm actually gonna play it from the top because I didn't watch it, so I'm gonna react live to it. I do have some information that I wanted to get into before I actually play that video, because as I was listening to Lucky play a video, I kept hearing science, 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 science this, science that. They don't know how to do this, and this particular person continues to act like they do science. Right. So, not only that, right? We it's gonna be some fireworks during this stream, and we're gonna get directly into that. But please like the show, share the show. Before we get started, I do want to say peace to Ogun. Zane is in the building. Ramon, what's going on? Mary Shy in the building. Eric, I see you in the building. Nack, what's good? Not a coincidence. J Cal, what's going on? Six-headed ass Mika in the chat. Talking about so disrespectful. I don't know what she talking about. Rod Rich, what's going on? And those of you who will probably know Pseudo, what's going on? What up here? I hope everybody, man, having a good Friday. If you're at work, I'm gonna try to get you throughout your day. If you just getting there, we gonna get there. Now, I know that. I know you do. But I'm gonna hit that like button, man, and share this show. And let me set the table. So I'm gonna take y'all back, right? I'm gonna take y'all backwards before we go forwards. I'm gonna take y'all backwards before we go forward, because I want all the smoke, especially when it comes to this topic. I want all the smoke. All right, y'all should be able to see the screen. Y'all already know what it is. We're just gonna start this introductory. It's not long. I just want y'all to hear some key points in that. Then we're gonna get into the bill while people are still coming in and joining the stream. But I just want to set the table so we can advance further, and then we'll go from there. Hold on, let me see if I do this, if y'all can still hear the stream. 1 second. And deal with it from that nature. My brother. All right. So that'll be that. Yeah, of course, we all in Facebook jail, but let's continue. You can share it on your Facebook wall. What up, Rondé? Peace to you, bro. All right, so I am going to put the copyright disclaimer on every presentation, even if I don't share a video. But copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Our topic of the day will deal with an introduction, research questions, hypothesis, conclusion, and of course the sources. The intro. In this lecture, we will discuss the root of many social media arguments and proper understanding of the basics of what is that many of us have no proper understanding for what is science, which scientific field we're talking about, and how to properly utilize science and much more. We seek to utilize the Science with Sean series as an opportunity to help educate and inspire people to be more scientifically literate. That's the goal of the channel. Research is science one field of study. The science provide tools to answer real world phenomena. And what is scientific evidence? My hypothesis. For most people unfamiliar with science, one would assume that no one really has a true understanding of science. We can see this demonstrated on social media daily if we review a lot of Facebook or Instagram posts that promote unscientific data. An example of this would be the use of astrology on a post where people will use the months, days, or moon to determine your mood or if you're personally connected with another human being. Another example would be claiming a person cured herpes, AIDS, diabetes, etc. Based on the two examples used, I am of the belief that people are very unfamiliar with science and the different fields of science that exist. I also believe that people do not understand how science works or how to utilize the tools science provides to answer questions to things that need to be solved in a real world scenario. People often confuse one's feelings about an incident to be considered as evidence, which causes further distractions, which lead to a majority concerns among our people. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right. So, what is science? In short, science is a tool used to help answer questions that exist in a certain field of study. It requires you to know and to do. I say to know because you have to be familiar with the field of study, and to do because you have to apply what you know to be able to answer questions related to that field of study. For example, if we are to understand if vaccines work or not, we will have to know about viruses first and how they behave among us. We would also need to know about the different types of viruses, which viruses are harmful or harmless. Then we would need to know how those viruses affect the human body and how we can prevent that from happening. And in order to prevent infection and the spread of that virus, we could begin testing vaccines in a controlled setting before administering the vaccine in a non-controlled environment. All right. Science is both a body of knowledge and a process. In school, science is listed in the textbook, but that's only a small part of the story. Just as important as science is also a process of discovery that allows us to link isolated facts into coherent, comprehensive understanding of our natural world. Science generates solutions for everyday life and helps to answer the great mysteries of the universe. In other words, science is one of the most important channels of knowledge. It has a specific role as well as a variety of functions for the benefit of our society, creating new knowledge, improving education, and increasing the quality of life. Discovering how things in the universe work, it is also the body of knowledge accumulated through the discoveries about all the things in the universe. Now, is science one field of study? In short, no. It's many different fields of science, and they are all worthy of knowing because each field helps. For example, geography would not be able to answer questions related to chemistry because they are in different fields of study, just like zoology would not be able to answer questions related to geology. Fields of science are defined as widely recognized categories of specialized expertise within science. The various forms of science can be in earth sciences. While there's a lot of overlap between the sciences, knowing the difference between each type is essential for building science students. So yeah, some fields of science right here: math, physics, astronomy, chemical physics, chemistry, geochemistry, and we'll continue. All right, so the field of sciences, you have formal sciences, which are, branches of knowledge that are connected with math and logic, right? An example of that is metrology, the science of measurement; logic, the formal study of principles of inference and correct reasoning. Then you have natural sciences, which are botany, ecology, etymology, ichnology, and zoology. Also biology. You also have chemistry and physics. All right. Now you have earth sciences as well. And inside of earth sciences, you have crystallology, geology, hydrology, meteorology, mineralogy, oceanography, paleontology, petrology, and seismology, and volcanology, right? We also have engineering and technology. So you have mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, geology, immunology, medicine, and nutrition. You also have agriculture sciences like forestry, archaeology, cartography, linguistics, and geotology. Are tools to answer real-world phenomena? Yes. The science uses a method that allows the fields to test over and over in an attempt to falsify the evidence. This tool is called a scientific method, and within this method are instructions that one must follow in order to to obtain empirical evidence. If it cannot be measured and tested or not repeatable, one cannot conclude that the evidence. If I told you that a rock or a crystal would bring you tremendous wealth, money, what evidence could I actually provide? It is not measurable or testable. You can purchase the rock or crystal, but it does not bring you wealth, then I lied. That is not how science works. Now, if I told you that if you shake up a 2-liter bottle of Coca-Cola and unscrew the top, it will explode. We can test that and measure it over and over, replicating that result. The study of scientific method is an attempt to discern the activities by which that success is achieved. Among the activities often identified as characteristics of science are systemic observation and experimentation, inductive and deductive reasoning, and the formation and testing of hypotheses and theories. How these are carried out in detail can vary greatly, but characteristics like these have been looked to as a way of demarcating scientific activity from non-science, where only enterprise which employs some mechanical form of scientific method or methods could be considered science. Scientific methods should be distinguished from the aims of products of science, such as knowledge, predictions, or control. Methods are the means by which goals are achieved. Scientific methods should also be distinguished from meta-methodology, which includes the values and justifications behind a particular characterization of scientific method, i.e. methodology. Values such as objective reproducibility, simplicity, or past successes. Methodological rules are proposed to govern method, and it is a meta-methodological question whether methods obeying those rules satisfy given values. Finally, method is distinct to some degree from the detailed and contextual practices through which methods are implemented. The latter might range over specific laboratory techniques, mathematical formulations, or other specialized languages used in descriptions or reading. Technological or other material means, ways of communicating and sharing results, whether with scientists or with the public at large, or the convention, habits, enforced customs, and institutional controls over how and what science is carried out. When conducting research, scientists use a scientific method to collect measurable empirical evidence in an experiment related to a hypothesis, often in the form of an if-then statement, the results aiming to support or contradict a theory. So the steps in the scientific method is you making an observation or observations, ask questions about the observations and gather information, form your hypothesis, which is a description or educated guess, where you can make predictions based on, like how I started in the presentation. You could test it and predictions in an experiment that can be reproduced. The testing would be in the form of this particular presentation would be the social media would be your test subjects, right? You can put out a question right there, like simply we can, like if I said vaccines, we go look at vaccines. I can pull up all the data on social media showing you all the misinformation about vaccines. That would, you know, that would be a method, a form of a method used in order to, you know, come to an honest conclusion about the intelligence level of people and their understanding of vaccine science. Anyway, we also can do like polls and things of that nature that you can provide in your, to test your hypothesis and your predictions in your experiment so you can reproduce them over and over. Now, but that'll be a different type of a method that will be used. Now, analyze the data and draw conclusions, accept or reject the hypothesis or modify the hypothesis if necessary. And then you'll reproduce the experiment until there is no discrepancies between observation and theory. That's just repeating it over and over and over and over again. Now, I mentioned some different types of methodology that actually can be used. And that comes in the form of either quantitative or qualitative, which we'll talk about earlier, but I didn't want to exhaust it because there's books out there and some other information that may lead into a further discussion that I wanted to get into. So I didn't want to compile everything in here. All right, so science rock. Now, so what is scientific evidence? Scientific evidence is empirical evidence, which, as mentioned earlier, that's replicable and measurable and have been heavily scrutinized. Since science job is to falsify evidence, one can honestly conclude from failed attempt that this evidence is substantial law. Many people confuse laws, theories, and hypotheses up all the time. Most arguments exist because people do not understand the difference between a hypothesis, a theory, and law. If the evidence is empirical, it's law. If the evidence continues to add new information, it's a theory, not if it's a theory. And if a statement is made for the purpose of observation, it's a hypothesis. And no attempted experiment has yet to be conducted to advance it into a theory or a law. So a hypothesis requires more work. Before any pieces of empirical data are collected, scientists carefully design their research methods to ensure the accuracy, quality, and integrity of the data. This is important because when you're doing research, you want to gather enough information. Then you have to carefully design your method, your research method. The tools that are used to design your research method, if you find any bias in that, your research crumbles because you immediately started from a biased perspective. You have to remove all biases from the get-go with your research and start from scratch. If there are flaws in the way the empirical data is collected, the research will not be considered valid. Scientific method often involves lab experiments that are repeated over and over. So I'm going to tell you right now, you can start a process and you can guess the results. Just because you guess right doesn't mean your work is right. You have to demonstrate. That's why demonstration beats conversation. Now, the scientific method often involve lab works, experiments that are repeated over and over, and these experiments result in quantitative data in the form of numbers and statistics. However, that is not the only process used for gathering information to support or refute a theory. Empirical evidence includes measurements or data collected through direct observation or experiment, says Jamie Tanner, professor of biology at Marlborough College in Vermont. There are two research methods, which you heard me mention above, qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative research, often used in social sciences, examines the reasons behind human behavior, according to Oklahoma State University. It involves data that can be found using human senses. This type of research is often done in the beginning of an experiment. Quantitative research involves methods that are used to collect numerical data and analyze it using statistical methods, according to University of Copenhagen. Quantitative numerical data can be any data that uses measurements, including mass, size, or volume. According to Midwestern State University in Wichita, Texas, this type of research is often used at the end of an experiment to refine and test the previous research. Empirical, anecdotal, or logical evidence should not be confused. They are separate type of evidence that can be used to try to prove or disprove an idea or claim. Logical evidence is used, proven or disprove an idea using logic. Deductive reasoning may be used to come to a conclusion to provide logical evidence. For example, all men are mortal. Harold is a man, therefore Harold is mortal. Anecdotal evidence consists of stories that have been experienced by a person that are told to prove or disprove a point. For example, many people have told stories about their alien abductions to prove that aliens exist. Often, a person's anecdotal evidence cannot be proven or disproven. Therefore, you really don't want to use it. Conclusion. Based on the definition of science, we can conclude that science requires you to know and to apply what you know to answer real-world questions in the universe. Anything outside the universe realm would not be measurable or testable according to the method used to arrive at the scientific theory or law. That would mean a lot of conversations on social media begin and end with a hypothesis, in most cases causing one to only speculate based on a lack of evidence to support the claims we see on a daily basis. We can also conclude that science is an overall body of intricate fields of study. Each field of study sets out to answer its own questions it has generated in the field which it serves. As used in the example earlier, health sciences cannot answer earth sciences, and agricultural sciences can't answer social sciences. So we need to make sure regarding the field of study, we are properly using the tools science provides to come to an honest conclusion. Sources. Brand, the families. Brand, we're at it again. I see we got some more people in the building, man. I'm not gonna hold much of y'all up. I wanted to kind of keep this. Y'all couldn't hear nothing I said. The titles. However, y'all already see what's in the title. It's Science with Sean. We're going to build on the science each show. All right, so I don't know why I kept playing. That video was 4 years old, over 4 years old, that I did regarding science. 4 years old. It's crazy. I think it's imperative to fully understand what science is. So now that we have set the table for what science is, we're going to take a look at and react to a video. I believe they said this was done the other day. This woman right here, I'm not calling her out her name, today, but her name is Dulcinea. The black ass woman right here, who thinks that she's a Native American Indian. Well, no, she thinks that she's not a Native American. She thinks that she's American Indian and that she is not African at all, despite what her DNA says. So Lucky was playing this. God dang. Lucky was playing this video. I'm not going to get through all of this video. Lucky was playing this video earlier, and there was some interesting things being shared or said during this particular video. I don't know where in the video that this was transpiring, right? But I'm going to try to find our way, and we're going to do this live reaction. And no, we are not consuming 8 hours of this video because I can't. To be honest with you, I can't listen to her for that long. I probably can't even take an hour of it. And the reason being is because it's more so about her lies than it is anything else. The way that she's misrepresenting the information and then it's coming from all of that. So yeah, we're definitely going to react to this video and then we will proceed forward from there.
Hey, I was just about to message you. What's up, OTK?
Hey, what's up, sis? Give me a second.
Okay. But yes, so I think this is just a starting point. Of course, we should definitely talk about A00. It's going to be a fire discussion. But I think this should lead into genetics overall, because there has to be a point in time that we're the ones that are investing into genetics. We're the ones that are investing into the research, what we're having the children learn so they can further this information and they can build on a foundation that's true. Because right now, the foundation that we're building genetics on is just, uh, it's crazy. It's crazy that they are really having us build genetics on of being like, hey, I can take this chimp over here and I can take the chimp's genetics and then I can take where genetics are missing from this human being and I can build a full sequence because I have this chimp to as a reference. Like, that's crazy. Insane. Sonetta himself knows it's not true. He only doing it for the money and entertainment. I think a lot of people know that it's not true. I mean, or to the point where they'll say, oh, it's not that we're monkeys or anything. That's just common ancestry. But it's like, you don't even want to be a monkey. That doesn't make sense for us to be like, our tree of branches go back to old world monkeys. Where? They're just making it up. And the found
Y'all couldn't hear nothing because my mic was muted. My bad. But my bad. I got you. He says it's been muted for 45 minutes. All right. So what I'm gonna do, man, is I'm gonna continue to let the video play. I'm gonna let her get off her little 1-2, and then I'm gonna provide clarity for what some of the things that she claimed in the video. This will be directly to where she started in this video. She began with A00, then she started talking about evolution, and then she started the monkey madness. So we're going to address the monkey madness from what she said earlier, right? She said we shouldn't be accepting going back further in our tree to be kin to some monkeys. We ain't monkeys. We don't come from monkeys. We're great apes. She should understand that. But if she took a class in evolutionary biology, she would actually understand that to a T. But because she doesn't, it makes no sense. Why don't they get the concept that human and ape share common ancestors and not that we evolved from them? Because they are too immature to understand. But yeah, we're definitely going to continue to proceed forward, and then I'm gonna let this rock out. Then we'll pick up. I didn't mute my mic this time, so I'll be able to. You'll probably hear me.
The foundation of all of this is scientific racism. So why should we be going by the actual colonizer, what they say? I've never understood that of people arguing for the consensus science side. They'll say, "Oh, well, you're listening to this white person." And it's like, "Yeah, I'm listening to a white person, but you're literally listening to the racist white person."
What's the difference? What's the difference between a white person and then a racist white person, or the colonizer and then a white person? I mean, I'm confused as to who we supposed to be listening to, because if you're saying we're listening to the colonizer because we're talking about the evolutionary process and humans all humans share a common ancestry with all things on this planet, then they're also saying that your black ass was the first person to walk upright and walk around on this planet and then leave up out of Africa. So we're not supposed to accept that. We're supposed to take that as racism, right? We're supposed to take the amount of evidence that supports evolution as racism. That makes absolutely no sense. Humans are still evolving, but at a slower level today, right? Than we were back then. So how would we come to exist? You need to take a class in evolutionary biology and just stop getting on a microphone and talking, which is one of the things that y'all do. And you have this particular bias that you immediately are trying to support because you ain't even spoke to any information. You just said you listening to white people, but not the colonizer. You're listening to racists. I mean, we're referring to racists, but you're listening to white people. So it's like a who's who here in this situation because you're not clear, and you all you keep saying is them, they, etc., and you don't have any other evidence, or you don't have any evidence, but you don't have anything to add to that, them or they.
I mean, how can you justify this? We can literally say all the bearing of this is foundation in racism, in undercutting indigenous people all over the world. And you'll shame someone just because they're listening to a white scientist while you are listening to the colonizer. It just doesn't make sense. I think there'll be a time where we can get at least each other on one accord and we can have the basis of how we want to teach science and different things. And I think other people are just always going to be lost, but it's not going to matter.
All right. So again, another claim. There may be a time when we get everybody on one basis. Until then, the other people are just going to be lost. So you think that you have the science, that you've learned the actual science, and that you're being taught the actual science, or you're teaching the actual science. And the rest of us are just listening to colonizers and believing the colonizers and everything they say. That's why I played the presentation earlier about what is science. Science requires you to know, and science requires you to do. It's a tool. It is not something that you just believe, because it requires you to obtain the knowledge, and then it requires you to be able to demonstrate the retained or obtained knowledge. So we don't have to sit here and fake, fraud, be phony about any of these things, or make claims that are asinine to the particular title of the conversation, and to just move it the way we want to move it just because we have the ability to be able to do that. It's crazy work. It is. It's crazy work at its height.
So I definitely saw two, and I think we both were kind of keeping under wraps what we're going to be presenting on Sunday. But I see a big thing about them is A00 and what ancient remains have been found with it. So I think that's going to be interesting. I can't wait to show y'all a lot of that information as far as them finding whatever they say they find on some ancient remains. What's up, OTK?
What's up, man? Yeah, I had to get out that noisy environment, man. I'm on the way to the house so I can get on the computer and stuff too. Yeah, after listening to what I heard tonight, though, sis, I see that they're going off of suggestions. They're going off of subjective work. You know what I mean? It's not objective because the census don't agree with them.
Let me pause real quick. I don't know what OTK. Hopefully you can hear me, but I don't know what OTK is saying or why he's saying it. He says that, and I don't know who he's referring to or what conversation. Lucky could probably educate you on that, but he's saying that they're going off of objective. I mean, subject. I'm lost. The way that they try to enter the conversation to make themselves sound smarter than they are is crazy to me. Because what are you talking about? Why are you coming on the stream and you're saying somebody's doing this or doing that? No, the evidence is the evidence. It's settled science. The only thing that you could do is add to the science that's already settled. Period. Point blank. But we're gonna listen to him.
You know what I mean? And I'm glad you said that nobody in the scientific world says what they saying.
What?
Go ahead.
Exactly. When he was trying to say that there's something older than Albert Perry, what they found with A00, that's not true at all. Like, even consensus science is going to be on my side. Now, they debate of how old the DNA is of Albert Perry, and they're in between of being like it's 200,000 years old to it's 340,000 years old, but still that's older than anything that they found, any other remain that they found in Congo or Cameroon or Central North Africa or anything. It's older than that. They're dating it older. The consensus science is dating it older.
So that's why I have my problem at, because
Let me pause again. So again, Lucky and her are debating the origins of A00. She said that A00, the dating methods and consensus science is going to agree with her, and she's saying that A00 is older than anywhere in Cameroon. Y'all heard. She said A00 is older than anywhere in Cameroon. Where does she think the origins of A00 come from? She thinks the origins of A00 comes from South Carolina. That means that if A00 origins are in South Carolina, life in the Americas is older than anywhere else. What science says that? What science says that A00's origins are in America? What science? What article are you going to be able to produce or you're going to present in this debate that's going to come out of the scientific community and tell us that A00 discovered in America, origins is in America, and life was in America? You have no archaic human ever found in America, right? You have no Homo sapiens sapien that would date back even 40,000 years. So how could Perry's ancestor, right? How could Perry's ancestor be in South or in the Americas and have always been in the Americas? I don't know what or how Lucky's going to debate this with you. I ain't even trying to get into any of that. But just based on what you're saying and listening to you communicate with another idiot, you have no idea of what you're referring to if you're under the impression that A00, in this instance, Albert Perry, A00, origins are in America. In the instance of that, you say some other frivolous things. And this is why you got to be very careful with people when they're making claims. Y'all wonder why I be such an asshole and then why I cut people off and I won't let people move from their point. This is exactly why I won't let you move from your point, because when we hunker down on a topic, I want the smoke. Because I believe that I don't believe, I know that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just rambling. And you're rambling at a rate that is really ridiculous.
When I ask, who are they testing this ancient? That is considered ancient DNA, correct? Albert Perry? He would be considered ancient, correct?
Yes.
So that's why I asked the question, who is they testing him up against now? And when he say modern day people, that right there is you done lost right there just by saying that right there. So now you can't say it started there because now you're dealing with eugenics and evolution. You see what I'm saying? If you're saying that everything come out of Africa, and that's a definite question that you need to ask. Do he believe the out of Africa theory? Because if he do, then it's no sense to even debate him. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you could beat his ass.
But I think this is good because this is going to place this, all this science, because they try to separate the science to be like, this is not, this has nothing to do with out of Africa. And it has everything to do with it. This is in the.
How does A00 have anything to do with out of Africa? A00 isn't even responsible for populating the rest of the world. Out of Africa is supported by genetic evidence and otherwise that tells us who left out of Africa. L3 leaves out of Africa 2 routes. That's why I did a whole little build on the out of Africa thing, because L3 is responsible for leaving out. Without L3, you don't even get people migrating into these other regions. L1 didn't leave. L2 didn't leave. No other haplogroup established at that time of people that existed at that time would leave out. L3 was the only one that said, "I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm going to let me go across the street. Let me see what's going on." So they're under the impression that A00 origins is in America. And now their counterattack to that is to take a swing at out of Africa. At the same time, talk about the evolutionary process and how a Homo sapiens sapiens exists. I don't know how many shows people have been a part of where the old Amin Ra Squad groups, Wujawu himself, and others provided information over and over and over again regarding this topic. Even the Aboriginal Moorish Ishmael Bey has done presentations and information on out of Africa and the evolutionary theory. So hit that like button, man. Keeping people coming, man. It's finna turn.
The midst of it. So I understood where Chief Josie was coming at too with the question he was asking. Shout out to him. But that's why I was like, we're really going to get into a lot of those presets in the debate.
Hold on. So Lucky was on a panel or a face off on Calvin Denzel Roberts' page the other day and on YouTube, and Calvin had these weird people asking questions, and one of these dudes is the dude that she just mentioned. The dude question didn't even make sense. Yet she's saying that she understood a question that never made sense to an intelligent person ever. He couldn't even rephrase the question to make it make sense. And he was just all over the place trying to assert certain things into what he was trying to project or pose as a question.
There's a lot of this stuff. It is all Darwin all over. All of this
it's Darwinism, but it's not Charles Darwin. It's his Darwin family line that continued that and started eugenics. See, Darwin didn't actually start eugenics. He was
So, once again, what does Darwin's cousin have to do with this conversation? No one is talking about eugenics. The eugenics is not even on the table. The scientific community already disproved eugenics. Scientific racism is rooted in eugenics. All this shit that y'all are teaching, not teaching, but all this shit that y'all are talking about on your side of the argument is under the umbrella of pseudoscience.
in birds. He actually got shunned because of the shit that he was saying. He was like, nah, y'all making shit up, dog. I'm not saying that. And he actually got shunned behind that shit to where that's why they started this pseudoscience shit on that bloodline and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Which that came
the
after
debate
him.
is Sunday Truth. It's Sunday at 7:00 Eastern Standard Time on BAP's channel. And it's a free to debate, y'all. Everybody come out because it's free, no charge. And make sure y'all are supporting BAP. Shout out to him for hosting this debate. He has BAP clothing.
Yeah,
I think it's
shout out to
.com, right? And then also, make sure y'all hit his Cash App. So it'll be good and it's free. So I hope a lot of people do show up to see what it's about. But yes, definitely OTK. And I say Darwin, but yeah, it goes back way before Darwin or anything. But I'm just saying in the basics of by the time haplogroups come around in 2002, they're not coming to be like, let's be the benevolent, figure out really how world populations.
Now, haplogroups is coming around in 2002. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, what are you studying? What are you studying? And why? Why? When and why? Where are you getting this from? But you just came up and still talking about A00, and then you start talking about a haplogroup. This particular shit is 200, 300,000 years. Yada 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 yada. You're doing all of that, and then I'm trying to figure out what is your point of purpose in saying what you just said about when haplogroups come around. Do you even know why they are assigned? Because they just keep it basic. They're just genetic classifications or groupings within a population. That's it. And inside of that is defined by shared inherited genetic markers and mutations, as it always says on the site. So why would we even be discussing these things and they're irrelevant to this particular topic? You're just trying to make yourself sound smarter than you are, and you're not smart.
Or human populations align. They're already going on the basis of out of African theory. And then attaching these haplogroups to that thought train or that thought pattern.
And she doesn't understand why they're using that science. They're using that information to support the science that exists. The reason that they're going by that is because it is a scientific theory. It is an explanation of the facts. The reason that they're going by that is because L3 left out of Africa, and they have evidence of L3 leaving out of Africa and populating the rest of the world, while these other haplogroups would later develop. They're following the path, the migrational path of early man that leaves not only outside of Africa, but goes into these central locations where other people aren't. Look at Lucky in the chat. She conceded all the main points we are debating. Because she has to, because she ain't got no goddamn information. The only one she gonna argue with you up and down with is a belief that she believes that they found A00 in America and it's the oldest haplogroup, and then she's gonna say all these other ones are subclades of X, Y, and Z that can be found in West Africa, but they wasn't found in America. She gonna try to play the first shit, not knowing the other side of the argument or the entry parts of the information that actually provides the evidence, because she don't care about that. She's doing exactly what they all do. She's studying to support her bias. And because she knew that she couldn't win those other points, absolutely she gonna concede. Lucky. Ain't no way in hell she gonna be able to do that.
Y'all can hit the link too. Obviously, more stuff will come out on Sunday when we actually have the debate. But I thought it was good. I saw that all his little crew came up to ask questions like K and NAC. So I think a lot of them will be in attendance as well when it comes to Sunday and going through that. But yeah, I think that's what's important to understand. I think genotyping is important to understand what they're saying that they're doing all together, because they'll make it seem like they're comparing full sequences to each other, and they're not.
What the fuck? Hey, Dosey. Let me.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Hey, listen,
Let me ask you this real quick. Let me ask you this question real quick.
You're good.
Okay, so this haplogroup study started like what, 1970s? Something like that, right? And then it got official by 2002. Can you tell me who created the haplogroups?
I went out on.
Well, it's going to be like a series of different scientists. So they kind of in the 1970s, that's just when they're in the foregrounds of genetics and being like what genetics can say. But then once you see they come out with the mitochondrial Eve, and once they come with the mitochondrial Eve theory, that's where they attach that the greatest diversity is in Africa. So Africa has to be the origin of society, backing up the out of.
All right, so the concept of human haplogroups didn't start in the 70s. One more time. The concept of haplogroups did not start in the 70s. So you're talking about it's like vaccine science for mRNA. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to that. There's levels to build up to the tools that are necessarily needed to answer the questions that you have, that you propose. And over time, you develop them until you get to a point of where you can finally get the shit answered. You're talking about scientists' understanding of things and the tools that were needed and required to answer scientific questions that they had. The haplogroups is just representing ancient lineages. Just keeping it simple. It's representing ancient lineages. And since we all have a shared experience at some point or another, or a common ancestry, the further we walk back, the easier it is to just basically design what we have evidence for and build a model around the supportive evidence for that. The scientific community's job is to falsify the evidence. If they can't falsify the evidence, they yield it as a law, per se, scientifically. And once it becomes that, then all new data gets consumed into that, building and strengthening the supportive data which you originally had uncovered. This is what I mean by people don't do science. I said it in Lucky's chat today. I'm saying it live again. They don't do science. So how are you going to talk about teaching people something that you don't do because you don't understand it either? There's no methodology. You're freestyling. You're taking bits and pieces of what AI overview and Google is saying to you, and then you're spinning it in your direction because you don't really focus or concentrate on any of these things. You can't be as dumb as you are, and that's your focus, because you would have researched yourself out of the belief system that you have. You would no longer be an abo. Now it is intent to be pseudo on purpose to deceive people with some other hidden agenda behind it. So when OTK, who just probably Googled some shit real quick and then says this and try to make it seem like he was up on some game, because that's what the fuck y'all be doing. Just be honest. If you look something up, bro, ask the question regarding, well, based on what I just searched something real quick to try to get an understanding of it. And in my research of it, it says that the development of the scientific stuff started in the 70s, right? Okay. Or you can go get clarity. So when did haplogroups, when did they first start assigning haplogroups? Neither one of y'all are actually addressing that part of it, because you want to get past that and just say, well, the stuff began in the 1970s when they just started messing with genetics, and then as time went on, they had some breakthroughs in science that actually helped them answer pivotal questions regarding blah, 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 blah. However, they trying to start it with mitochondrial Eve in Africa because they saying that's the birthplace for all humanity and that it's coming out of Africa, blah, 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 blah. Why are they saying that mitochondrial Eve is in Africa, Dulcie? What's the reason why they are saying that mitochondrial Eve is in Africa? Do you even know that? Do you know that? Because the oldest mitochondrial haplogroups are found on the continent of Africa. That means the oldest ancestors are found in Africa. And I keep giving you the most important piece of it all is the haplogroup L3. You got 0, 1, 2, 3. It is the fourth L that decides to populate the rest of the world. Simple and plain. And in order to tell that story, you have to create these phylogenetic trees that you actually can see branch off into the world and populate it. You don't have them going in this multifaceted directions. You have them going and flowing in these specific locations geographically over time. That's why those dates are 65, 70,000 or between 80 or 90,000, or all these dates are like that because they're not going to ever be specific because science doesn't work in absolutes. But based on the available data that we have now as it pertains to the origins of humanity, life started on a continent. And L3 is responsible for populating the rest of the world. It is the significant group that you could trace things back to get this thing cracking.
And then from there,
so that's not the Y then, right? That's the X,
no,
X, right?
That's the X. It starts with the X, and then they go to the Y.
No, it's
oh, so there can be a problem there, correct?
We left her car cranked up in the driveway.
When do they switch over?
Even how they're going about it, there's a major problems. And the people who think that I'm not going to be able to produce a scientific journal that's talking about these major problems, y'all are out of your mind. Scientists did not just agree with what was going on. Scientists didn't just agree with haplogroups across the community. There was a lot of combat that was going against out of Africa and the haplogroups in the time. From scientists, from biologists, from archaeologists.
I got home at like
is
7:30 in the morning.
Evolution the second split of science? Because the first split of science was proven that God. Hold on, real quick, man. Shit. Go. I'll ask the question in a second. Go ahead.
I was not proud of that.
So yeah, I think and when talking about the splits of science, I think we just always have to talk about from the foundation, there's been all this, and I would say, of course, we call it pseudoscience, but there's these agendas that have been attached to science. So people have come out and introduced all these different theoretical hypotheses and different things that they're saying, oh, this is scientific, but it's been based on who's funding them, what they've been funding them to say, type of thing. So when we're talking about science, hopefully we can get to a point altogether where this conversation that we're having, we can say what part of it is really science and what part of it is not. Because a lot of this stuff isn't even based in science or anything scientific. It has nothing to do with the scientific method, meaning that they had an observation and then they started asking scientific questions. Wouldn't a scientific question that you ask once you find this ancient DNA or unknown DNA in Albert Perry, wouldn't the next question be, where is this DNA from? I would think that would be a good question to ask.
Pause. So if the question of where Albert Perry's haplogroup comes from is a good question, right? Do you not think that scientists know where to go try to find it? Let me say this and be very clear. The reason that they went specifically to West Africa is because they knew that they brought fucking black people from West and Central Africa. They also knew that life origins started in Africa. They knew back in 2018 that there was archaic evidence found, DNA evidence found up near Mauritania. People proposed it to be human. They called it ghost DNA for quite some time. They didn't fully understand it. Then they got to researching it more, learn more about it. Then next thing you know, Albert Perry shows up with this archaic human DNA in him. So they began to know because they already had other evidence that was indicators. This is the scientific process at its best, a collection of data over periods of time. So when other things come into play, they know where to actually go. It's like I said earlier, with mRNA vaccines, it's like we just said about haplogroups, assigning those to these ancestral lineages within the population. It's all a part of the scientific method. And as new evidence presents itself, they're able to piece in those little small, fine things to be more specific on the subject matter. So why would they look, right? Why would they look for A00 in America? Why would they say, all right, we're going to go look for A00 among these people around South Carolina? We're not finding A00 among the people in South Carolina that also we have genetic evidence for. But where were the majority of the people from South Carolina coming in from? Let's take a look at what we got from how those people were being shipped in here way before this period or point. Well, shit, they could be from anywhere, but we know a lot of these people directly in South Carolina are coming in from West Africa. So what do we have for evidence over there in West Africa? Oh, wait. When was the Sri Lanka study? Remember, they've been having the evidence for Sri Lanka for quite some time. As they are looking over there, they've been looking over here. So when the study ancient West African foragers in the context of African population history was published in 2020, it was received in 2018. It was accepted in 2019. So, and then they even got stuff before that. Just specifically, I'm talking about when the article was actually provided, right? So, as it pertains to everything else, and you go back and you look at it, it starts to tell a story. When did they discover A00 and when did they discover A00 and Alphabet? Lucky. When they find A00 in Alphabet. 2008. Listen to this, when did they excavate the Shumlaka rock shelter? Watch this, y'all. Lucky, when did they excavate the Shumlaka rock shelter in Cameroon? If you don't know, it's cool. I ain't asking you to know. I know that ain't even really a part of your debate. Boom. There you go. The Shumlaka rock shelter is in 1980s, around 1980s and 90s, they did the excavation in Cameroon. The archaeologist was from Belgium and Cameroon. That's when they spent their time there. They found the evidence for these children in Cameroon in 1980s and between 1980s and 90s when they was doing the research in the area of Shumlaka. They don't find Perry till 2008. So from 1990 to 2008, literally 18 years, they've already had data on Shumlaka from the children. This is my point about how science is working. They already have the data. They excavated a site and a location. So they know where to go and do and find and do these things. Like, it's not unintentional. It's very intentional when it comes to science. Science also gives one the ability to be able to, predictability is one phase of science. However, Just because you predict something doesn't mean that your work is going to lead you into the grounds of a conclusion based on where you were predicting. So you got to be extra careful. The work has to agree with that. So asking those dumbass questions to try to sound intelligent is irrelevant, because you just sit there and say, why don't we just ask the question about where A00 come from? You can't find one population geneticist that exists in the history of genetics that will argue that A00 has American origins. You got today, Friday. What she got? 48 hours, Lucky? What time to debate? She got 48 hours. She got less than 48 hours. What she got? She can go ahead and tuck her tail and reset her life and become a student again and learn from the real, or she can sit here and try to save face and continue to lie and then lose it live when he beat your ass up. How do you want to get this work? Man, I'm telling you right now, I ain't going on. Listen, Lucky, I think Lucky will be streaming it. Lucky will be streaming it. She out her mind, bad shit crazy. We gonna have the debate one way or the other. You ain't got to worry about that. Even if I'm live, we having it.
But that's not a question they asked. They immediately went to West Africa to try to figure out how does this.
This is the problem. She said they didn't even ask the question. They immediately went to West Africa. Yes, they did. They asked the question. That's why the fuck they went to West Africa. They were supposed to ask the question and stay in America? Lady, they are conceding to the point that they know that all this shit comes from Africa. These white people are conceding the point. A lot of people are telling you this. Well, not really a lot of people. The smart people are telling you, Dulcinea, that they are not asking questions about America because that's not going to do it. They know that. They know how old the oldest haplogroup in America is, and it ain't A00. That's not an American haplogroup. That ain't got nothing to do with the people that populated this place. These haplogroups are newer. So why would they be looking in the Americas for some old shit when it ain't gonna be that? Ain't no old shit in the Americas. Only the people that are coming over here from that continent is gonna bring you the old ancestral shit. It's when you're gonna start seeing it. Exactly. All of this, listen, A, B, C, D, and Q. All of them ain't old. White sands ain't number 23,000 years old. Your oldest haplogroup, which isolated itself from everywhere else, ain't that ancient. So why would we be in America looking for something when we know exactly that we can go to get the answer from the continent itself, because it is the most diverse and it is so big and spread out that we can find it. And it just so happened that the Shumlaka rock shelter is one of the most significant key pieces. And not only this argument, but others that exist. Because when people was arguing about Egypt and West Africans coming from Egypt with these migrations and things of that nature, Shumlaka was arguing, well, wait a minute, before you just think that you from Egypt, bro, you got people that been over here in West Africa for at least 8,000 years. That's way before the origins of Egypt. And then other places they're finding evidence for that. So this Shumlaka is crazy work for you. You said, why don't they ask? Let me hear you say this bullshit again, because it behooves me the way that you play these games.
Been based on who's funding them, what they've been funding them to say, type of thing. So when we're talking about science, hopefully we can get to a point altogether where this conversation that we're having, we can say what part of it is really science and what part of it is not.
The side
because a lot of this stuff isn't even based in science or anything.
Right. The side y'all on ain't even based in science. It ain't rooted in science, and it ain't gonna never be science. So we telling you straight up and down, it ain't, you on the wrong side of the argument. I'm telling you, he telling you, they telling you, we telling you. You're on the wrong side of the science. Period, point blank.
Scientific. It has nothing to do with the scientific method,
What?
Meaning that they had an observation and then they started asking scientific questions. Wouldn't a scientific question that you ask once you find this ancient DNA or unknown DNA in Albert Perry, wouldn't the next question be, where is this DNA from? I would think that would be a good question to ask, but that's not a question they asked. They immediately went to West Africa to try to figure out, how does this DNA tie to West Africa and why? How would you be able to automatically say, without asking the question, this ties to West Africa?
All right. So again, you heard it. You heard it. She has no indication or understanding as to why they went to West Africa. So on Sunday, you're going to understand, Dosey, why they went to West Africa. You're going to finally get it. And if you're not listening to it, that's fine. It's not a problem. But you're going to understand the origins of A00 and why they went to Africa. Why would they look for A00 in America? Oh, somebody in the chat is mad. Look at the person in the chat, man. He said 3 viewers. Man, shout out to the 3 viewers in the chat. Shout out. I appreciate all 3 of y'all. All 3 of y'all. I appreciate all 3 of y'all running around here talking about somebody's channel struggling. No, we don't buy. We don't pay for views. We don't pay for likes. We don't use bots. We ain't lying out here. We authentic. Now you want somebody to get a life because you mad. You can't refute what's being said, so you in your feelings, homie. Huh? You want to get it off your chest. What you think this is? You thought this was Vernell channel? It tell you how many people watching the live right now. I'll let you come get it off. Exactly, they misuse Pan-African because they don't know. Bro, came on, you trying to gaslight somebody in to try to jump the ship. Listen, all I know is, Dosey, you're going to understand why they went to Africa, and you're going to see that you're on the wrong side of the argument. We don't care who's watching the debate or who's voting in the debate because we know the argument and we've seen the evidence. There's multiple presentations. Not a coincidence done a presentation. You're not going to watch it because you're biased. I've done a presentation. You're not going to watch it because you're biased. Everybody has reviewed the information regarding the subject matter, but you're not going to review it because you're biased. You're looking for something to support the idea of A00 being indigenous to the Americas, and it's not. That's what it is. You ain't got no sources that's going to agree. You ain't got nothing. There's no geneticist that exists that's going to agree with you. All you can do is try to cast doubt on the actual science that exists. What you talking about, Mika? You don't want no smoke with me? He gonna stay in that chat. I guarantee you. Let's continue. Because that person in the chat just gonna stay in the chat. It's probably Dulcie on her other page. She mad.
Yeah. So that. So let me ask you this, Dosey. Is they trying right here to the left? Is they trying to tie Albert Perry to a slave story?
I've heard that. I haven't heard specifically people be like, "Oh yeah, Albert Perry's a slave," which hopefully they not, because you look at when he was born. But I think they do try to say someone's a slave or anything like that, and try to be like, this is how he came, especially his origins being in South Carolina, as you know, OTK. So as soon as anyone says black man out of South Carolina, you know they're trying to tie it to slavery.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Because the truth of the matter is, why would we want to do that? There was free black people in South Carolina. Everybody wasn't a slave. So to assert such is pseudo. You just over there being, doing your little 1-2. At that point, you tripping. Yeah, you tripping.
Yes, and the leaders, one of the leaders on their side are African, but I also have some people on the other side that were African that were saying, hey, this isn't right. This haplogroup thing that y'all are trying to say is scientific is not. And all you guys are doing is pushing the same old racism, the same old race theory that we've already said is pseudo. All you're doing is trying to justify it through another way, through another premise. So a lot of scientists weren't for this. This was going backwards in their minds when we should be going forward.
All right, Dosey, I made it in the spot. I came home early tonight just for you, sis, after hearing that bullshit. You know what I mean? You can hear me, sis?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so what I was about to ask you, so about the split. So we know the first split in science came when science was first being created to prove God. All right, let's not get it fucked up. Right. Science was created to prove God existed and shit like this. Jesus too, that was all in the discussion. All of that came in the discussion too. So when this group went against that shit and they say, no, we can't prove the existence. It's a Big Bang theory or something like that. This is when the scientific world split. Now, the second time the scientific world split, was it because of Darwinism?
If I think putting it like that, yeah, most likely.
She don't know.
First, you see that split, you know, like you were saying, science to create religion. You see that split amongst the agnostics and the super religious, as far as it, which are trying to be more so. We can only focus on the things that we can prove, and trying to be
Correct.
like, let's take leap out of it and let's just get into what are the facts of the situation. But over time, yeah, I think the Darwin, that made a big split, because then there was this big agenda of, I think for a lot of people, like for white people, for example, they're trying to figure out where they're from. They're trying to figure out their origins. So when it came even to introducing this whole evolutionary theory, it was just about them finding out where they come from.
Correct. And in that of them trying.
So the evolutionary theory was about them trying to find out where they come from. The evolutionary theory is about them trying to find out where they come from. Man, if that ain't the craziest stuff you could ever hear, that's like extra crazy. Like, what are we doing? What is the school system is failing?
Coming from, did they not have into Africa theory?
Yep, and then that's where the multi-regional theory comes from, and you know, you see out of African people taking on that to be like, oh, it's still out of Africa, but you see multiple waves out of Africa and then back into Africa. That's where you see a lot of these scientists combating that too, of just being like, we don't have the connections.
Yeah. Correct. So now that we got a out of Africa theory by some scientists, and now we got a into Africa theory by newer age scientists, how can they back and say that what they're saying today is fact when science has always proven itself? Can you tell me, sis?
They are highly into.
So if science has always proven itself, then why are you of the belief that A00 has its origins in America? Why would you have that belief? Science is telling you that A00 is not in America, and yet you have a belief. I don't understand that one bit at all. It's crazy to me. All right, let's continue, and then I'm gonna break it up. I'm gonna give them another 8 minutes.
to the religion of science. It is now a religion. It's no longer even a science anymore. It's what you believe. That's why they're willing to go to bat. People are willing to put their lives on the line to be like, I'm an 8. Like, oh, not, I don't want to fight you about it. Like, you can be an 8 then, but it's crazy. I think it's almost like a social experiment to be like, what can we get these niggas to believe? Because we can make them
and you know what's
believe
even more crazy, right? And you know what's even more crazy is when I hear the word mutation. That is the craziest word that I ever heard when they talking about human beings. What we call today human beings, us. When they say a mutation. Now, can you have a mutation in your gene? I don't think so. That might cause sickness. That might cause health problems. A mutation within your body.
All right. Hold on. See, this is the problem with people, right? They just start running off at their mouth. This dude said he has a problem with mutations, and then he asked the question or posed the question: Can you have mutations in your body or in your genes or whatever the case? Then he says, well, you can't do that because if that happens, then you'll create all kinds of sickness and stuff like that in your body, and then it's like yada 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 yada. When I tell y'all the easiest way to identify a pseudo is on the merits of this type of activity, I was not lying to y'all, because this dude is every bit of that. Pseudo, every bit of that. Every bit of it. Like the whole conversation is pseudo that they're having, because none of it is based on actual evidence. All of it is opinion based and feeling based. Right? We ain't getting no information out of them. They keep talking about what ain't what.
And say, oh, well, it's not always known. And there's all these mutations that have no effect. What? A mutation has an effect. If you're saying that they just deleted an allele, or an allele shifted places, or an allele, whatever they're saying happened to that allele, that is going to have some kind of effect on your body. So for them to be like, oh, there's all these mutations that don't have any effect because they're trying to prove metamorphism, it's crazy. Like, no, mutations have an effect.
It's crazy work.
What's crazy is the mere fact that y'all said that there's no such thing as a mutation. When clear as day, I'm about to show you in real time a mutation. In the summertime, if we go out there and sit outside, or we in Florida, and we in the conditions of Florida, as a matter of fact, just look in the chat, you'll see fat-headed ass Meek at. If you go look in the chat and you look at the profile picture of fat-headed ass Mika in the chat, right? If you go to her channel and you look at her picture that she just updated in the chat, if you do that, that's a recent photo of her. If you go to a video from this summer, I think it's this summer, or it could be on Garfield. No, it's on Garfield channel. There's another image of her being darker than that. What I'm saying is if my light-skinned ass or her light-skinned ass or any one of y'all, I don't even care if you're a little brown-skinned, if we go outside and we sit in the sun long enough, our skin begins to tan. We're consuming more sun than we usually do on a regular basis. And then what happens 3 or 4 months from the time that we consume that sun, and we're no longer consuming sun at the level we did during the summer. There is a mutation occurring. I'm going to give you one a little bit more clear if you can't even understand that. Break your nail. What happens? Another one grows back. Cut your fingers or somewhere on your body. What happens? The skin adapts. It mutates and adapts. You don't understand the simple things. If you're in a geographical location for thousands of years that is not conducive to the environment that you was in before that, those genetic pressures will make those futures of you, your offspring, will have to adapt, will have to mutate and adapt to its environment. What I mean by that is we don't get the SLC245A gene until 20 to 30,000 years ago. Meaning there was no white-skinned gene understood. Albinoism was understood. Today, we understand it more today than we did back then, because really when people had in Africa, when people had children with albinoism, they would either kill them or run them out because they didn't understand it. It didn't look right to them. It was different. But through growing and in knowledge, they began to understand what, the potential of albinoism. That's why you had a whole community of them out there in Africa. But more importantly, the SL245CA comes through and just wreck shop and show you mutation. White people don't exist. They don't. These people that we're calling white, or these Europeans, basically had to adapt to the environment, which would be conducive to them. That's why you have this thing called recessive and dominant. Understand when dominant is dominant and when recessive is not. If we put your black ass in an environment that is conducive to you being able to survive it, you're going to survive it. But if we take you and put you in a different environment that isn't conducive to you, you're not going to survive it. You're going to stick out like a sore thumb. That's why you can take a white mice and a brown mice and put them in the snow, and you'll be able to track which one, the brown mice. Now, is that genetic or dominant? I told you, Pierre. That mother fat. 4 times fat. Infinite Mind says, I'm in Florida now, coming from Jersey, cold winter. My kids are getting darker as we speak. Correct. And they only gonna lighten up when you return back to Jersey. He takes the word too far. When he in South Carolina. What up, Melanated? You must just now be coming in. Nah, you're here bigger than money. So listen, I want to just stop. I thought I was gonna get 30 minutes of this in, but all right, let me try.
It's crazy work. I don't see humans, what we call today humans, or what we are today, what they call it in the science world. I don't believe it was a mutation. I roll with the adaptation.
How you gonna roll with one and not the other? How, bro? I'm trying to understand it. How? You listen to them. This how dumb they are. Listen to them.
I don't think so. That might cause sickness. That might cause health problems. A
It's known
mutation
to
within your
cause. They'll
body.
try to argue and say, "Oh, well, it's not
Right.
always known. There's all these mutations that have no effect." What? A mutation has an effect. If you're saying that they just deleted an allele or an allele shift.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause it real quick. I'm gonna give you a better one. This is about mutation. So, women who got pregnant during the pandemic, what you think happened with their children? Women that got pregnant during the pandemic and potentially could have had COVID or something along the had COVID before somewhere during their trimesters. What do you think happened to the child? What y'all think happened? There was some form of adaptation that transpired and even mutation. They saying some children, I forget the actual the science behind it, but I'll look it up. But they're saying some children are not even being born with the same amount of teeth as we did when we were children. I put an article up on this before. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can find it for you. Look it up. You can look. You don't believe, since y'all believe AI so motherfucking much. Just Google it. I told y'all. Children are evolving differently with missing teeth. Go look and see what it say. Smaller jaws, softer diets, microevolution, shorter faces. It's becoming common. Lesser teeth. I don't make it up. I follow the science. Wagwan. Wagwan Gala. Look it up. All of this started coming about after the pandemic, bro. Like for real. I'm all of this. That shit wasn't news before until recent. Who think I'm lying? Who think I'm lying? Look it up. Yo, Sean, that's crazy. Appreciate the sign, man. I'm just, keeping it. I'm just keeping it a buck, bro. Years ago, we ain't making up nothing. I don't care if you want to use AI. I don't care if you want to Google. I don't care what you want to do. It's happening. All the stuff you said ain't happening. Mutation and adaptation. But that's how we know. So let me see if I can get a few more minutes of this shit in, man. But these motherfuckers is dumb.
Shifted places or an allele, whatever they're saying happened to that allele, that is going to have some kind of effect on your body. So for them to be like, oh, there's all these mutations that don't have any effect because they're trying to prove metamorphism, it's crazy. Like, no, mutations have an effect.
It's crazy work. It's crazy work. I don't see humans, what we call today humans, or what we are today, what they call it in the science world. I don't believe it was a mutation. I roll with the adaptation. We adapted to our surroundings. We adapted to the environment. And reason why I'm asking you that, and the reason why I'm saying that, is because doesn't your environment changes your DNA from what the scientists say, sis?
Absolutely. And we know the two major factors is adaptation and hereditary. That's what DNA is. You can't take DNA outside of and be like, oh, there's other components. It has nothing to do with your mother and father. It has everything to do with your mother and father. You can't take it away from that. That's what it is. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I see it as an adaptation as well. What you see is genes that you've already gotten passed down or anything like that. You can see them perhaps strengthening certain points of you strengthening just because you need to do it. Like you do a lot of swimming. If you swim a lot, you're going to notice your body develop certain things that help you over time with swimming. So it's just anything like that. You're just adapting to whatever your environment is, but your genes that were passed down are passed down ancestrally through your parents. Through their parents' parents, and how
look at how they debunk themselves. Look at how they debunk themselves. These people are DNA denialists, and look at them debunk themselves. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just straight like that. Like they debunk themselves. It's crazy work. Crazy work. So I can't take no more of the ignorance. Let me get to my work, man. Come on, man. I try to stay off Lucky Top because I'm trying to do this. So all species of living organisms, from bacteria to baboons to blueberries, evolved at some point from a different species. Although it may seem that living things today stay much the same, that is not the case. Evolution is an ongoing process. The theory of evolution is the unifying theory of biology, meaning it is the framework within which biologists ask questions about the living world. Its power is that it provides direction for predictions about living things that are born out in experiment after experiment. The Ukrainian-born American geneticist Theodosis Dobzhansky famously wrote that nothing makes sense in biology except in the light of evolution. He meant that the tenet that all life has evolved and diversified from a common ancestor is the foundation from which we approach all questions in biology. So, understanding biology, by the end of this section, you'll be able to describe how the present day theory, we ain't getting that far. The present day theory of evolution was developed, define adaptation, explain convergent and divergent evolution, describe homologous and vestigial structures, discussing misconceptions about the theory of evolution. We're going to spend more time here. So, simple. Evolution by natural selection describes a mechanism for how species change over time. That species change had been suggested and debated well before Darwin. Well before Darwin began to explore this idea. The view that species were static and unchanging was grounded in the writings in Plato, yet there were also ancient Greeks who expressed evolutionary ideas in the 18th century. Ideas about evolution of animals were reintroduced by the naturalist George Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, who observed that various geographic regions have different plant and animal populations. Even when the environments are similar, it was also accepted that there were extinct species. During this time, James Hutton, the Scottish naturalist, proposed that geological change occurred gradually by the accumulation of small changes for processes operating like they are today over long periods of time. This contrasted with the predominant view that geology of the planet was a consequence of the catastrophic events occurring during a relatively brief past. Hutton's view was popularized in the 19th century by geologist Charles Lyell, who became a friend to Darwin. Notice the names that are accumulating as we are building into this particular argument. Lyell's ideas are influential on Darwin's thinking. Lyell's notions of the greater age of the earth gave more time for gradual change in species, and a process of change provided an analogy for gradual changes in the species. In the early 19th century, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck published a book that detailed the mechanism for evolutionary change. This mechanism is now referred to as an adherence of acquired characteristics by which modifications in an individual are caused by its environment, or the use of a structure during the lifetime could be inherited by its offspring and thus bring out change in a species. While this mechanism for evolutionary change was discredited, Lamarck's idea were an important influence on the evolutionary thought. In the mid-19th century, the actual mechanism for evolution was independently conceived of described by two naturalists, Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace. Importantly, each naturalist spent time exploring the natural world of expeditions on the tropics. From 1831 to 36, Darwin traveled around the world, including stops in South America, Australia, and the southern tip of Africa. Wallace traveled to Brazil to collect insects in the Amazon rainforest from 1848 to 52, and Malay archipelago from 1854 to 62. Darwin's journey, like Wallace's later journeys to Malay, included stops in several island chains, the last being the Galapagos Islands west of Ecuador. On the islands, Darwin observed species of organisms on different islands that were clearly similar yet had distinct differences. For example, ground finches inhabiting the Galapagos Islands comprised of several species with a unique beak shape. The species of the islands had a graded series of beak sizes and shapes. Remember, OTK was saying this during the thing. Shape. The very small differences between the most similar, he observed that the finches closely resembled another finch species on the mainland of South America. Darwin imagined that the island species might be species modified from one of the original mainland species. Upon further study, he realized that they varied beaks of each feet helped the birds acquire a specific type of food. For example, seed-eating finches had stronger, thicker beaks for breaking seeds, and insect-eating finches had spear-like beaks for stabbing their prey. I mean, we don't have to make this stuff up, but we do have to keep on. I mean, we don't have to, but we continue to have to go in circles with people that don't understand simple shit that we should be past, and we can, gradually move on. We back to the Finches. Goddamn, Bobby was talking about this shit back in 2015, 2014, 2015, really before that. But he was trying to get everybody to understand it. So him losing his channel and Amaran Squad losing their channel because of young Pseudo and his bullshit was one of the particular reasons that it became what it became. All right, hold on. All right, let me move forward. So Wallace and Darwin both observed similar patterns in the organism and independently developed the same explanation for how and why such changes could take place. Darwin called this mechanism natural selection. Natural selection, also known as the survival of the fittest, is more the prolific reproduction of individuals with favorable traits that survive environmental change. Because of those traits, this leads to evolutionary change. For example, a population of giant tortoises found in Galapagos archipelago was observed by Darwin to have longer necks than those that lived on the islands with dry lowlands. These tortoises were selected because they could reach more leaves and access more food than those with shorter necks. In times of drought, when fewer leaves would be available, those that could reach more leaves had a better chance to eat and survive than those that couldn't reach the food source. Consequently, long-necked tortoises would be more likely to be reproductively successful and pass the long-neck trait to their offspring. Over time, only long-necked tortoises could be present in a population. Natural selection, Darwin argued, was an inevitable outcome of the three principles that operated in nature. First, most characteristics of organisms are inherited or passed from parent to offspring. Although no one, including Darwin and Wallace, knew how this happened at the time, it was a common understanding. Second, more offspring are produced than are able to survive, so resources for the survival and reproduction are limited. The capacity for reproduction in all organisms outstrip the availability of resources to support their numbers. Thus, there is competition for those resources in each generation. Both Darwin and Wallace's understanding of this principle came from reading an essay by the economist Thomas Malthus, who discussed this principle in relation to human populations. Third, offsprings vary among each other in regard to their characteristics. Of those variations are inherited. Darwin and Wallace reasoned that offspring with inherited characteristics which allow them to be best compete for limited resources will survive and have more offspring than those individuals with variations that are less able to compete. Because characteristics are inherited, these traits will be better represented in the next generation. This will lead to the change in population over generations, in a process that Darwin called descent with modifications. Ultimately, natural selection leads to greater adaptation of the population to its local environment. It is only mechanism known for adaptive evolution. I want to skip ahead. All right. This dude just regurgitating shit that just keeps on going on and on and on. Man, so now Pseudo in this group. All right, so natural selection can only take place in the if there is variation. Natural selection can only take place if there is variation. or differences among individuals in a population. Importantly, these differences must have some genetic basis. Otherwise, the selection will not lead to change in the next generation. This is critical because variation among individuals can be caused by non-genetic reasons, such as an individual being taller because of better nutrition rather than different genes. Genetic diversity in the population comes from two main mechanisms: mutation, which he said he's scared of, and sexual reproduction. Mutation is a change in DNA, is the ultimate source of new alleles or new genetic variations in any population. The genetic changes caused by mutation can have one of three outcomes on the phenotype. A mutation affects the phenotype of the organism in a way that gives it reduced fitness, lower likelihood of survival of fewer offspring. A mutation may produce a phenotype with a beneficial effect on fitness, and many mutations will also have no effect on the fitness of the phenotype. These are called neutral mutations. Mutations may also have a whole range of effects, sizes, and fitness on the organisms that expresses them in a phenotype, from a small effect to a great effect. Sexual reproduction also leads to genetic diversity. When two parents reproduce unique combinations of alleles assembled to produce the unique genotypes, and thus phenotypes in each of the offspring. A heritable trait that helps the survival and reproduction of an organism is its present environment is called an adaptation. We be trying to keep this simple. Scientists describe groups of organisms becoming adapted to their environment when a change in the range of the genetic variation occurs over time that increases or maintains the fit of the population to its environment. See, these genetic pressures play a key factor and role in all of this. This is why we say nature's trying to kill y'all or kill us every day. The webbed feet of a platypus are an adaptation for swimming. The snow leopard's thick fur is an adaptation for living in the cold. The cheetah's fast speed is an adaptation for catching prey. Whether or not a trait is favorable depends on the environmental conditions at the time. The same traits are not always selected because environmental conditions can change. For example, consider a species of a plant that grew in a moist climate and did not need to conserve water. Large leaves were selected because they allowed the plant to obtain more energy from the sun. Large leaves require more water to maintain than smaller ones, and the moist environment provided favorable conditions to support large leaves. After thousands of years, the climate changed, and the area no longer had excess water. The direction of natural selection shifted so that the plants with small leaves were selected because those populations were able to conserve water to survive the new environmental conditions. The evolution of species resulted in enormous variations in the form and function. Sometimes evolution gives rise to groups of organisms that become tremendously different from each other, with two species evolved in diverse directions from a common point. I'm going to say it again. Evolved in diverse directions from a common point. It is called divergent evolution. Such divergent evolution can be seen in forms of the reproductive organs of flower plants, which share the same basic anatomies. However, they can look very different as a result of selection in different physical environments and adaptations to different kinds of pollinators. In other cases, similar phenotypes evolve independently in distinctively related species. For example, flight has evolved in both bats and insects, and they both have structures we refer to as wings, which are the adaptation to flight. However, the wings of bats and insects have evolved from very different original structures. That is called convergent evolution, where similar traits evolve independently in species that do not share a common ancestry. These two species came to the same function, flying, but did so separately from each other. Let's get to the monkey business. These physical changes occur over enormous spans of time and help explain how evolution occurs. Natural selection acts as an individual organism, which in turn can shape an entire species. Although natural selection may work in a single generation on an individual, it could take thousands or even millions of years for the genotype of an entire species to evolve. It is over these large time spans that life on Earth has changed and continues to change. Evidence of evolution. The evidence for evolution is compelling and extensive. Looking at every level of organization and living systems, biologists see the signature of the past and present evolution. Darwin dedicated a large portion of his book on the origin of species to identifying patterns in nature that were consistent with the evolution. And since Darwin and our understanding has become clearer and broader, we know more than he did. Fossils. When we talk about A00, oh yeah, I'm back to A00, baby. See, y'all was thinking, how you gonna tie this in there, Sean? How you finna, how you gonna bring it back? As it pertains to A00, are there any fossil records that exist that would yield genetic evidence in support of A00? We pulled it up earlier. We mentioned a site, Shumlaka. Where's Shumlaka at? Anybody familiar with that? You should be yelling out Cameroon region. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Imbo. Yeah. Kapala in the chat, he rocking. There you go. Isolation, adaptation, mutation. Yeah. So now, do we have fossil records that we extracted DNA from that put A00 in Cameroon? Let me get to these fossil records. Fossils provide solid evidence. See, people thinking the origins of life started elsewhere, but this is what the white people were trying to falsify. They didn't want to say that life started in Africa. It has nothing to do with monkeys. It is the mere fact that Africa, not only in its diversity, but also it had every stage or form of fossils found that can't be found nowhere else. Each stage and phase can't be found nowhere else. So fossils provide solid evidence that organisms from the past are not the same as those found today. And fossils show a progression of evolution. Scientists determine the age of the fossils and categorize them from all over the world to determine when the organism lived relative to each other. The resulting fossil record tells the story of the past and shows evolution of a form over millions of years. For example, scientists have recovered highly detailed records showing the evolution of humans and horses. The whale flipper shares a similar morphology to appendages of birds and mammals, indicating that these species share a common ancestor. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Next evidence is anatomy and embryology. See, another type of evidence for evolution in the presence of structures in organisms that share the same basic form. For example, the bones and appendages of human, dog, bird, and whales all share the same overall construction. Remember back in the man around like 2013, 2014, Uncle was doing this presentation, right? And he was trying to explain this shit to people, and he was doing this presentation, and he put the bird up, he put the human, he put the skeletal remains of a bird, a human, and a whale up, right? He was showing how whales got fingers. People's like, you out of your mind, you batshit crazy, you on that white boy shit, you think we come from monkeys. And then when he showed the fossils evidence, and then he showed the embryology and the anatomy of the bird, the dog, the human, the whale, shit got tricky. As an example, dum 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 dum. I said fingers. Y'all start saying, nah, this ain't that. Nah. IBM, you tripping. Nah. You was like, go look at the anatomy of a whale, IBM. Go get you an image of a whale, the skull. Go 3D image and see what it looked like, bruh. See if it looked just like that. See where it's red, they all match. Where it's brown or tannish, or then where it's brown and where it's yellow at, and where it's like a light color, they all have the same. IBM, you got to come off your pseudoisms. This is evidence right here in this image of a common ancestor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Some structures exist in organisms that have no apparent function at all and appear to be residential parts from a common ancestor. These unused structures without function are called vestigial structures. Other examples of vestigial structures are wings on a flightless bird, leaves on some cacti, and hind leg bones in whales. Another evidence of evolution in the convergence of the former organisms that share similar environments, for example, species of unrelated animals, such as the Arctic fox and the ptarmigan living in the Arctic region, have been selected for seasonal white phenotypes during the winter to blend with the snow and the ice. These similarities occur not because of common ancestry, but because of similar selection pressures. The benefits of not being seen by predators. There you go. Look at them. Chilling out. Embryology is the study of the development of the anatomy of an organism to its adult form. Also provides evidence of relatedness between now widely divergent groups of organisms. Mutational tweaking in the embryo can have much magnified consequences in the adult that embryo formations tend to be conserved. As a result, structures that are absent in some form of some groups often appear in the embryonic forms and disappear by the time the adult or the juvenile form is reached. For example, all vertebrate embryos, including humans, exhibit gill slits and tails at some point in their early development. These disappear in the adults and terrestrial groups and maintain an adult form of their aquatic groups, such as fish and some amphibians. Great ape embryos, including humans, have a tail structure during their development that is lost by the time of birth. A lot of them are lost. It is very rare that we will see someone born with a tail these days. IBM just be, you know what I mean? He be tripping. Biogeography is the distribution of organisms on the planet follows patterns that are best explained by evolution in conjunction with the movement of tectonic plates over geological time. Broad groups that evolved before the breakup of the subcontinent Pangaea 200 million years ago, when none of us was around it yet, are distributed worldwide. Groups that evolved since the breakup appear uniquely in regions of the planet, such as the unique flora and fauna on northern continents in the form of the subcontinent Laurasia, and on the southern continents in the form of the supercontinent Gondwana. The presence of the members of the plant family, the Proteaceae in Australia, Southern Africa, and South America is the best by their presence prior to the southern subcontinent Gondwana breaking up. The great diversification of marsupials in Australia and the absence of other mammals reflect Australia's long isolation. Australia has an abundance of endemic species found nowhere else, which is typical for islands whose isolations by expanses of water prevents species to migrate. Over time, these species diverge evolutionarily into new species that look very different from their ancestors that may exist on the mainland. The marsupial of Australia and the finches of Galapagos and many other species in Hawaii are all unique to the one point of origin, yet they display distant relationships to ancestral species of mainlands. Molecular biology. I ain't even about to go through all of this because you DNA deniers can't even understand the gist of this right here in itself is the ultimate spirit. Genetics is the ultimate spirit in this whole conversation. So I'm not even going to go there, right? But I am going to go with some misconceptions of evolution because I said that we will talk about that. Although the theory of evolution generated some controversy when it was first proposed, it was almost universally accepted by biologists, particularly younger biologists, within 20 years after the publications of The Origin of Species. Nevertheless, the theory of evolution is a difficult concept, and misconceptions about how it works abound. Evolution is just a theory. This is what you hear from OTK, Cosmon Cal, Aboriginal Denzel Calvin Roberts, Indigenous Pseudo, Bottom Kittens, Fraud Calloway, Queef Holiday, Ali Muhammad, Sissify Sachi, Smokeless Signal, Phoenix No Moon, Betty the Crackhead. I could go on and on. Ling Ling. I can go on and on. Right? Because he said he the Darwin killer. How you the Darwin killer with no evidence? You the Darwin killer. Yo, you the Darwin killer, and you ain't got no proposed evidence to substantiate an argument that would ever present against natural selection. You're a joke. So anytime you hear that evolution is just a theory, just laugh at them. Just laugh at them. There's a key point in here that I wanted to mention right here. In contrast, a theory in common vernacular is a word meaning a guess or suggested explanation. This means it is more akin to the scientific concept of hypothesis. When critics of evolution say evolution is just a theory, they are implying that there is little evidence supporting it and that it is still in the process of being rigorously tested. This is a mischaracterization. That's why I want to give y'all everything. I just want to give you a little boom boom. Individuals evolve. Evolution is the change in genetic composition of a population over time, specifically over generations. Like what I mentioned earlier about the COVID children, right? They are being born with smaller faces, shorter jawbones, which will then in continuum be lesser teeth. Y'all, some people didn't even believe that till I dropped the link in the chat. And some people probably still don't believe it till they went to AI, which is their best friend. Some people still didn't believe it until they Googled it and seen there was information on it. You see what I'm saying? Because they hadn't been privy to that information. So individuals do change over their lifetime, obviously, but this is called a development and involves changes programmed by the set of genes in the individual acquired at birth in coordination with the individual's environment. When thinking about evolution of a characteristic, it is probably best to think about the change of an average value of a characteristic in the population over time. For example, when natural selection leads to a bill size change in the medium ground finches in the Galapagos, this does not mean that the individual bills of the finches are changing. If one measures the average bill size among all individuals in the population at one time and then measures the average bill in the size of a population years later, this average value would be different as a result of evolution. Were people taller 10,000 years ago? Do we know? Do you know? You ain't beat up no motherfucking evolution, IBM. Stop the cap. You ain't got no motherfucking evidence. Yeah, Darwin killer is crazy. Evolution explains the origin of life. It is a common misunderstanding that evolution includes an explanation of life's origin. No. Conversely, some of the theories critiques, believe it or not, explain the origin of life. The theory does not try to explain the origin of life. The theory of evolution explains how populations change over time and how life diversifies the origin of species. It does not shed light on the beginning of life, including the origin of the first cell, which is how life is defined. The mechanism of the origin of life on Earth are a particularly difficult problem because it occurred a very long time ago, and presumably it just occurred once. Importantly, biologists believe that the presence of life on Earth precludes the possibility that the events that led to life on Earth can be repeated because the intermediate stages would immediately become food for existing living things. However, once a mechanism of inheritance was placed in the form of a molecule like DNA within a cell or pre-cell, these entities would be subject to the principle of natural selection. More effective reproducers would increase in frequency. So, life may have some I'm a pause there. I want to keep of how, and then we'll come back. Beating you up as collateral damage for these stupid motherfuckers right here.
Common ancestor doesn't mean you're related to them. I don't know. That's crazy. You can't say, oh, they're not saying you're a monkey, but you have a common ancestor with a monkey. That means your auntie, some auntie out there has a monkey in you. Like, you can't take that away.
But the thing is, though, sis, you know how they hide it, though? When you ask them, what is the common ancestor that we split from? They don't know.
And it's going to be
so how can you say we got a common ancestor when you don't know what the common ancestor is? So DNA can tell you all of this. Evolution can tell you all of this, but they can't tell you where to split. That's where Bat was going at with his question about the mutations. So this DNA can tell you when your bloodline mutated, correct? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right.
But they can't tell you where this branched off. That's where I'm like, this absolutely has everything to do, because what they're saying is how the Imbo people and Albert Perry have this DNA because certain 17,000 years ago, it branched off and became the two distinctive groups. Well, okay, where did it branch off from? Who's the group it branched off from?
Facts. That will back the Out of America theory. Not the Into America theory. You know what I mean? And sis, you know I'm skeptical with that. You know how I be with that. I be looking for proof all day about the migrations from over here, over there. You know, I be on it, boy. I ask 1,000 questions with that. But when you see stuff like Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science that they're conducting or whatever like that, when it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you? I don't understand it, sis.
But that's why I say that.
Somebody tell me if that shit made sense, what he just said. The science is answering shit and telling you, and then you saying what you just said. Y'all the ones fighting against science, not us. Listen to this.
How the Imbo people and Albert Perry have this DNA because certain 17,000 years ago, it branched off and became the two distinctive groups. Well, okay, where did it branch off from? Who's the group it branched off from?
Facts. That will back the Out of America theory. Not the Into America theory. You know what I mean? And sis, you
See, this is why I talked about evolution real quick, because they were talking about it. And I'm going to come back to it. But did you not hear this shit? Y'all ain't listening. Y'all got to know when a motherfucker making up shit.
How the Imbo people and Albert Perry have this DNA because certain 17,000 years ago, it branched off and became the two distinctive groups. Well, okay, where did it branch off from? Who's the group it branched off from?
facts. That were back to out of America theory. Not the in the America theory.
We're back to out of America theory. Who the hell proposed the out of America theory? Who the hell proposed that y'all are even making sense? Who comes first, Albert Perry or the Imbo people? Who comes first, Albert Perry or the Imbo tribe? See what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? And sis, you know I'm skeptical with that. You know how I be with that. I be looking for proof all day about the migrations from over here, over there. You know I be on it, boy.
How you looking for proof of migrations over there and over here, and you ain't ever showed no motherfucking proof in America? Because no proof in America exists. We ain't got no migration routes coming out of America and going into other places. The only time we see a back migration is when the people who crossed the Beringia, when they crossed the Beringia and settled over there in Eskimo land and then came back through. We got DNA evidence for that. Because of archaeology discovered it. I'm gonna let a nigga talk.
Well, I asked 1,000 questions with that. But when you see stuff like Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science.
Science does not require belief. Science deals with the natural world. Science requires knowledge. You have to obtain the knowledge, and then you need to know how to demonstrate that the knowledge. Science does not require a belief. If it requires a belief, it ain't science. One more time, science deals with our natural freaking world. This is the problem with you wabbos.
That they're conducting or whatever like that. When it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you? I don't understand it, sis.
But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think knowing the scientific method is so important as far as it, because they'll tell you that the scientific.
Hold on. How you even bringing up the scientific method? You ain't even demonstrating it. You don't even know what the fuck it is. Why are you saying it?
Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science that they're conducting or whatever like that. when it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you?
Who's going against it? And what science agree with y'all? Why y'all even talking about science? You niggas don't even trust science.
I don't understand
Yeah, exactly.
it, sis.
But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think no.
So what part is science? And then what part of it is not science? Dulcinea, because I know you watching. I know you listening. So I'm asking you, what part is and what part ain't? Can you explain it? I know you're listening. You're in the chat. Say something. Comment. It's okay. You ain't gonna get booted or kicked out or none of that. You can hit the link. You ain't gotta be scared.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think knowing the scientific method is so important as far as it, because they'll tell you that the scientific method ends in their conclusion, and you have to go with what the conclusion says. No, the conclusion.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Run that back. I know you're not finna commit this. I know you're not finna say what I think you're trying to say.
Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science that they're conducting or whatever like that, when it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you? I don't understand it, sis.
But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think knowing the scientific method is so important as far as it, they'll tell you that the scientific method ends in their conclusion, and you have to go with what the conclusion says. No, the conclusion is supposed to be the conclusion of the hypothesis experiment. That's
Wait a minute. How do you think they arrived at the conclusion? IBM, you see not a coincidence question. Quit ducking your tail. Quit on. Okay, you did answer. We just can't see it. Or we can't. Hold up. Nope. I don't see your answer. Answer his question. Answer his question, IBM. I stopped what I was doing for you. You know why you can't answer it? Because you using a regular ass theory, and then you forgot a scientific theory is more specific, more strenuous. Nah, he know because we done told him. He didn't try that stuff before. Like, she don't know. She literally just told us that the conclusion ain't the conclusion. She literally just said the data collected and tested didn't yield the results of the conclusion being read based on the results. The conclusion is based on the data.
Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science that they're conducting or whatever like that, when it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you? I don't understand it, sis.
But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think knowing the scientific method is so important as far as it, because they'll tell you that the
You don't know the scientific method. You had brought up something earlier about observation, and I'm gonna deal with that. But you don't know the scientific method. You don't. You know how I know you don't know the scientific method? Because of the shit you just said. You sound crazy as hell. IBM, you didn't answer, not a coincidence. Answer this question. Without me cutting the audio off. I'm going to do it like this. The scientific method is a series of processes that people can use to gather knowledge about the world around them, improve their knowledge, and attempt to explain why and how things occur. This method involves making observations, forming questions, making a hypothesis, doing an experiment, analyzing the data, and forming a conclusion. So before you even get to the fucking conclusion, you gotta make the observation, form questions, make hypotheses, do an experiment, analyze the data from doing the experiment, and form the conclusion based on the data. Every scientific experiment performed is an example of the scientific method in action, but it is also used by non-scientists in everyday situations. The scientific method is a process of trying to get as close as possible to the objective truth. However, part of the process is to constantly refine your conclusion, ask new questions, and continue the search for the rules of the universe. Through the scientific method, scientists are trying to uncover how the world works and discover the laws that make it function in that way. You can use the scientific method to find answers for almost any question. Though the scientific method can yield conflicting evidence based on the method of experimentation, in other words, the scientific method is a very useful way to figure things out, though it must be used with caution and care, Dulcinea. Your first step ain't to draw a conclusion. Your first step ain't to hypothesize. Your first step ain't just looking at something or as you say, make an observation. No. As it pertains to making an observation, a scientific observation is the central element of the scientific method or the process. The core skill of scientists is to make an observation. Observations consist of receiving knowledge of the outside world through our senses or recording information using scientific tools and instruments. Saying that your ass is an aboriginal is not a fucking part of the scientific method because you just seen the Mayans look like they painted black. You didn't ask no who, how, when, what, where, or why questions. You just conceded. And in your consent, you just decided that it's going to be this way because they look black. No. A scientific observation is tedious. A scientific process of the scientific method requires observations of nature and formulating and testing the hypothesis. So you can't argue with us saying that the goddamn Mayans look black because of a painting. The painting is not a part of our natural world. It's a painting. So we have to understand why would they color things that way. It's like when you look at the Egyptians and you start seeing blue, people looking blue or deities looking blue or green and all this whole other weird stuff. You must understand what they're referring to. They tell you they're within the confines of the culture. You didn't answer him at all, IBM. You made up some shit, bro. So when you observe something, you begin to ask questions about the natural phenomenon. Looking again at a freaking painting that y'all done recreated on Facebook and posted it 2 million times to try to sell us on this painting looking black, these people in this painting looking black, and then when we pull up the painting, they look brown, and then when we understand why they painted in the manner that they are based on the culture, you try to act like the shit doesn't exist. They tell us why they choose and use the colors that they did for the murals and stuff on the walls down there. And mind you, you're in North America. You're in the United States of America. You ain't in Central America. You ain't even told us how the fuck you end up in Central America. Yet you trying to claim some shit in Central America that ain't got nothing to do with the United States of America in which your black ass exists. So none of y'all observe the culture and the remnants of the people down there at all. You don't know anything about any of that. You try to bring us 17th, 18th, and 19th century phrenologists, pseudoscience. You try to bring them people into the fold and argue with us, saying that they said that they saw black people. Then when we read it, they say they look like black people. Looking like ain't alike. Why they look like us? Oh, they look like us because phenotypically they're out in they're in an area near the equator where they need certain type of melanin, excuse me, to protect themselves from the fucking sun. In places that they ain't got shade to hide themselves from the goddamn sun. So back to a scientific observation. You ain't doing it because you're not formulating questions about the natural phenomenon. You're looking at a goddamn painting or you're looking at a quote in a book and you're trying to make it you. So you are already starting off on some bullshit. You ain't made no predictions after your educated guesses. You ain't made no predictions about the consequences of the hypothesis. You ain't tested any of your predictions in a controlled experiment about a natural experiment and observational study of a field experiment. You did none of that. So there's no way that you can create a conclusion. You trying to sit here and tell us how to read a scientific article, and you don't even know how to fucking read a scientific article. AI Overview even tried to educate your dumb ass, but you didn't even want to listen to AI Overview. To read a scientific article effectively, don't read linearly. Start with a title and abstract. Gauge the relevance. Dive into the figures and captions. See the results. Read the conclusion for findings. Skim the introduction for context. Then tackle the methods and discussion for details. Asking what's the question, what's the date, what's the meaning throughout. Take notes, look up the terms, and follow the key citations to build understanding. The step-by-step reading method is the title and abstract, figures and captions. conclusion and discussions, introduction, methods, discussions, full read and notes. Y'all sitting around that bit, running around here claiming to be the Aztec, the Incas, the Mayans, and all them other people with them gay figurines down there in Central and South America that y'all don't even want to talk about because you don't know the shit, because you're trying to predate some stuff that you don't want to have relevance with. And I'll be damned. You got caught in your lies. 1 second. Piece of shit. IBM, you still ain't answered the question, bro. What's the difference between a scientific... Answer the question intelligently, IBM. Quit giving us that bullshit. What's the difference between a theory and a scientific theory, bro? Quit playing with us. Kapala said allergic to DNA, talking about they full-blooded Cherokee. Right. Yep, Nature Boy. I think Nature Boy was. I think you're right. You might be right about Nature Boy part of that. And she trying to tell us how to read the article, and she don't even understand the article because she's sitting over there making up shit. So let me get back to something else. Stupid ass. That's why I be disrespecting her ass. She be running like a little motherfucker too. What is evolution? How does it work? Evolution 101 provides notes and bolts on the patterns and mechanisms of evolution. You can explore the following sections. All these sections right here. Biological evolution, simply put, is descent with inherited modification. This definition encompasses everything from small-scale evolution to large-scale evolution. Evolution helps us understand the living world around us as well as its history. Biological evolution is simply a matter of change over time. All life on Earth shares a common ancestor, just as you and your cousins share a common grandmama. Through the process of descent with modification, the common ancestor gave rise to the diverse species that we see documented in the fossil records and around us today. Evolution means that we're all distant cousins. Humans and oak trees, hummingbirds and whales. Basic stuff. I mean, bro, what are we doing? No, you saying we can't. No, it's a difference between a scientific theory and a regular theory, because a scientific theory isn't a guess. A scientific theory ain't what you said earlier, bro. It ain't what you said earlier, bro. Let me go back to your comment. You said it's just you said a theory is a belief. A scientific theory is not a belief. A scientific theory is an explanation of the facts, the data, the facts, the evidence. It's an explanation of the evidence we have, bro. How could that be a belief when it's when it's explaining to us the evidence? That's why we keep asking you. The scientific theory is an explanation of the fucking facts. Science requires us to know and to do. We acquire knowledge through the scientific method. The central ideas of evolution are that life has a history, it has changed over time, and that different species share a common ancestor. Here, you can explore how evolutionary change and evolutionary relationships are represented in family trees, how these trees are constructed, and how this knowledge affects biological classification. You will also find a timeline of evolutionary history and the formation of specific events in the history of life, human evolution, and the origins of life. Womp, 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 womp. I ain't gonna go too far, bro. It's just one-on-one. It's in the description. It's in the description. Just like I'm just doubling down on evidence for evolution, fossils, anatomy and embryology, biogeography, molecular biology. Like anatomical structures, the structures of molecules of the life reflect descent with modification. Evidence of a common ancestor for all life is reflected in the universality of DNA and its genetic material, and of the near universality of the genetic code and the machinery of DNA replications and expressions. Bloop. Let me drop that mic. Let me drop that mic real quick on IBM. Let me drop that mic on IBM. Playing with me, boy? Huh? You don't want no smoke, man. IBM, you don't want no smoke, man. Let me share, reshare. Let me share, reshare. Let me share, reshare real quick. I know IBM be trolling, bro. You know what I mean? I know it be trolling.
Stated Clearly presents, what is the evidence for evolution? The theory of biological evolution makes two very bold claims about living creatures. First, all living things on Earth are related. They evolved from a common ancestor. Second, the evolution of living things is powered by natural processes, things which can be studied and understood. But is there really any evidence that these two claims are true? Yes. There are so many observable facts from so many different fields of study that the only way we can even begin to talk about them is to group them into categories or lines of evidence. To keep things simple, here we'll focus on evolution's first claim that all living things on Earth are related. We cannot tackle the entire tree of life at once. After all, there's an estimated 8.7 million species alive today. So instead, we'll focus most of our attention on one fairly small but fascinating branch of the evolutionary tree, cetaceans. This branch includes whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Biologists tell us that all these creatures are closely related, and that the entire group evolved from an ancient four-legged land mammal. Instead of taking their word for it, let's look at the facts. We'll start by looking at a few from the field of comparative anatomy, the study of differences and similarities between living things. Whales live in water, and from a distance, they sort of look like giant fish. A close inspection of their anatomy, however, tells us a very different story. Whales, just like land mammals but unlike fish, have placentas and give live birth. They feed milk to their young. They are warm-blooded, which is extremely rare for a fish. And whales do not have gills. Instead, just like us, they breathe air with two fully developed lungs. Whales don't seem to have noses like mammals do. Instead, they breathe through blowholes coming out the tops of their heads. Some whales have two blowholes which almost look like nostrils, but dolphins and porpoises only have one. Surprisingly, if you look at their skulls, you find that the blowhole splits into two nasal passages inside the head. Could it be that the blowhole is actually a highly modified mammal nose? It looks that way, but we'll need more evidence to be sure. Many whales have hair, just like land mammals. In this photograph, You can actually see the whiskers of this baby gray whale as he rests his chin on mama's back. Strangely, whales have arm, wrist, hand, and finger bones inside their front flippers. Here's a photo of these bones, the same bones that bats, hippos, and people have in their front appendages. 1 bone, 2 bones, wrist, hand, and finger bones. Modern whales do not have back legs, but they do have a strange pair of bones where the hind legs should be. Here's a picture of these bones from a bowhead whale. They almost look like shriveled hip, thigh, and shin bones. This one even has a ball and socket joint between the hip and thigh bone, just like the ball and socket joint in your own hip. Is this resemblance a mere coincidence, or are these real leg bones? Perhaps leftovers from the whale's evolutionary history? Before we draw any bold conclusions, let's see if a completely separate line of evidence will confirm our suspicions. Embryology is the study of how creatures develop before being born or hatching from an egg. Here we see a dolphin and a human embryo side by side at similar stages of development. Notice that they both have what look like arm buds and leg buds. In humans, the leg buds grow to become legs. In whales, they grow for a while but then stop, effectively fading away as the rest of the whale continues to grow. These are all photographs of a common dolphin at different stages of growth. Notice that early on, we see 2 nostril grooves on the front of the face, just like you'd expect in a puppy or a human. As the dolphin continues to grow, the nostrils migrate to the top of the head and fuse together, becoming the dolphin's blowhole. So far, we have multiple facts from 2 independent lines of study, comparative anatomy and embryology, that are both telling us the same story. The ancestors of whales were once 4-legged land creatures. Will the fossil record act as a third witness, confirming this idea? These are 2 species of extinct basilosaurid whales. These animals are known for multiple well-preserved skeletons, and they appear to have lived side by side, roughly 34 to 40 million years ago. In this photograph, we're looking down at the top of a basilosaurid skull. This is not a model or a cast. These are the actual bones which were pulled from the ground. Notice that the nasal opening is not on the top of the head like those of modern whales, and not at the end of the snout like those of land mammals. Instead, it's right in the middle. This is an intermediate species, exactly what evolution tells us we should find. At the back end of a basilosaurid's body, there are small, yet fully developed hips, legs, ankle, feet, and toe bones. These legs are far too small for walking on land, but they may have been useful while mating or for scratching away parasites and itchy skin. Evolutionary theory tells us that the further we go back in time, the harder it should be to distinguish whales from normal land mammals. Meet Myocetus. The hip bones of Myocetus seem sturdy enough to walk on land, but this animal is considered to be a whale for many reasons. Their skeletons have all been found among fossils of sea creatures, which tells us they lived in the ocean. Their short legs, combined with long, flat fingers and toes, suggest they were strong swimmers with webbed hands and feet. Here we see the bottom side of a Myocetus jaw and skull. Her teeth match those of the basilosaurid whales we saw earlier, and the unique structures of her middle ear bones match those of basilosaurid whales and modern whales. Myocetus appears to be a walking whale. Scientists have found the fossils of many ancient whale-like mammals and continue to find more. Together, these fossils blur the line between 4-legged land mammals and fully aquatic modern whales, solidifying the idea that whales indeed evolved from land creatures. Now let's look at a 4th line of evidence, DNA. DNA molecules contain chemical codes which act like recipes for living things. Without ever looking at bones, embryos, or anatomy, researchers can compare the DNA code of different living creatures to find out who is most closely related to who. Whale DNA has been compared to all kinds of other animals, fish, sea lions, you name it, and so far, The closest genetic match is to the pudgy, water-loving hippopotamus. This does not mean that whales evolved from hippos, but if this genetic finding is correct, whales and hippos both evolved from a common ancestor that lived roughly 54 million years ago. At first, the link between whales and hippos surprised researchers because whales are mainly carnivores. They eat things like fish and small crustaceans. Hippos, on the other hand, are mostly vegetarian. A closer look, however, reveals that hippos and whales actually share many strange features, some of which may have come from their common ancestor. Ancient walking whales have specially shaped ankle bones found only in hippos and the close relatives of hippos. Just like whales, hippos are known to give birth and even nurse their young underwater. They both have multi-chambered stomachs, which is common for herbivores, but is almost unheard of for meat-eating mammals. They are both missing a coat of fur, and here's a fun fact. Whales and hippos are among the only mammals on Earth that have internal testicles. So there you have it. 4 independent lines of evidence all tell us the exact same story. Whales evolved from 4-legged land mammals. But the history of whales is not the only evolutionary history that we've been able to work out. We know from fossils, DNA, embryology, and many other lines of evidence that bird wings are actually modified arms and claws. Birds evolved from dinosaur-like ancestors. We can also clearly see that bat wings evolved from 5-fingered hands, very similar to those of monkeys and shrews. We've found that humans share a fairly recent common ancestor with chimpanzees, that mammals evolved from reptile-like creatures, those reptile-like creatures evolved from amphibian-like creatures, those amphibian-like creatures evolved from fish-like creatures, and fish, if you go back far enough, share a common ancestor with segmented worms. So to sum things up, thousands of observable facts from completely independent fields of study have come together to tell us the exact same story. All living things on Earth are related. I'm John Perry, and that's a basic overview of the evidence.
That was for IBM, man. I wouldn't even play that, but IBM was in the chat trolling. Made me break the bill for that, bro. So, again, man, I mean, the evidence is there. We ain't got to play no games with these people, these anti-scientist group, this young man running around here saying whatever they want to say without no actual evidence. You got a problem with something, you need to not just spew it online. You need to go back and you need to try to understand the data. You see this right here? This image right here? Yeah. Y'all don't like that image. You know what I'm saying? You got people like IBM and that mother saying whatever they want to say, you know what I'm saying? Y'all boys get lost when that sauce come up. That's why I don't understand why you so anti-science. Why y'all having conversations and discussions about something that none of y'all are versed on, and then you want to sit here and be opinionated and project? When you sitting there being opinionated and projecting, all you doing is making yourself look stupid and susceptible to scrutiny, because you got people that are watching y'all sit here and say this dumbass shit, and y'all acting like y'all ain't saying it, or that you mean something else, or that somebody agree with you on something. Just because you can go Google something where somebody might align themselves with you at some degree with something that you may have said, it does not make you or that person right. It don't make me or anyone else right. We have to go qualify that information, vet it, cross-reference it, and make sure that that shit's solid. You can't just take it and then at face value. That's why y'all think people be believing. Nah, we don't be believing shit. This is the problem. So I hope you listen to Dulcinea and OTK. But people been on this subject matter for years. This isn't the first time that we've had conversations about evolution, DNA, who populated the Americas, none of that. This isn't a new discussion. It's a new discussion for y'all because y'all are coming into this area where you're claiming things that don't really have no merit. So it's new for y'all. It's not new for us. Period, point blank. So it made absolutely no sense why y'all sitting over there and, confusing everything. We've been on the subject matter. This ain't some shit that we just walked across or read a few days ago and then got into this, that, and the third. Like, yo, y'all are tripping. And then the audacity of y'all to even be on a live stream and making y'allself look that goddamn stupid. And y'all have a habit of doing that. A big ass habit of doing that. I ain't read no articles, but finna sit here and tell us that we reading a scientific article wrong. I ain't got no motherfucking published work on the subject matter, but then you finna turn around and tell us what we know or don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, for real. Get your head out your ass with this bullshit. You're trying to reposition the scientific method. Right. And that ain't even the case. We all know that they don't know more than the motherfucking scientists. They ain't even following. That's why I said they ain't following the science. That's how you know they pseudo. Like, yo, like, I just ain't saying this stuff, man. When they start talking about stuff, it's clear. It is clear that they don't know what they're talking about. They make it clear. They make it clear. Just based on the behavior. I'm telling you, they make it crystal fucking clear. You ain't got to ask them no questions. You just sit there and listen to them. They gonna funk it up. And that's why in this debate on Sunday, Lucky gonna beat her head in. Lucky gonna catch a domestic violence charge on Sunday night. He gonna Ike Turner the hell out of this lady in this debate. Mika always telling somebody hit the link. I don't even know who she talking to. Who you telling hit the link, Mika? You know you can't tell them to hit no link. They scared of the fucking link. Them elbows is not hitting no link. Them niggas, they scared. Straight up. They can't do nothing but deny the evidence. And that's all they gonna do. Shit, Lucky, she in the middle. I'm telling you right now, in the middle of your debate, she gonna turn around and provide some information in the debate that's gonna help you. And I ain't saying it's intentional. She just don't know it. She don't know it. She just gonna be talking about something, talking about reading the source. She probably ain't got no slash. Well, maybe she do. Who knows? However she present the information, this shit gonna go your way. And if she try to remix that motherfucking shit, boy, I'm telling you, keep your eye on your phone. Cause boy, I'm gonna have that motherfucker. We can real time her ass. And then once she start coming out with the corrections, the quick corrections, it's a wrap. Once you prove, and we just gonna prove she alive. They gonna go against you anyway because they on BAP channel. They on Calvin Denzel Roberts channel. They gonna go against you because they biased. But it's all good though. We gonna make them. You know what I mean? I'm telling y'all right now, man. Lucky finna catch a domestic violence charge. For he finna beat that girl head in. And ain't none of them gonna be able to do nothing about it. And they can't save her. They cannot save her. She wanted that shit. She didn't get her head kicked in again. Head getting kicked all the way in. Oh Lord. Jesus Christ. For a lot of that.
What you calling on Jesus for?
Jesus Christ or for a lot of their saints.
Stop. You funny as hell. I want to know, did he do a preliminary or did they have a conversation or they don't do that?
Yeah, they had a preliminary. He played it on his channel the other day. You ain't pay attention to some of what he showed?
I don't know. Sometimes I'll be in and out. I mean, you know.
Well, you need to go back over there because he showed it.
Okay. Just want to check.
Yeah, it's on his channel. Make sure you go over there, like the show, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel.
I want him to call up here or hit the link because he always talking about stealing his stuff.
You know he ain't finna hit no damn link. IBM gonna keep his ass in there in the safe space.
Oh, he's talking that crap.
He gonna stay right in that safe space where he ain't gotta prove nothing. He know if he hit a panel, he gotta share a link. He gotta pull his source up. He ain't finna do that. Definitely ain't finna do that. It's like you know how you ain't pull no source up? Exactly how he is. You pull him up with source up. She not gonna have her bodyguards around. That's right. She definitely ain't gonna have her bodyguards around. Finna catch a whole domestic violence charge on her ass. Lucky, tell your old lady, Lucky, that you single during this debate. And you know what I mean? And you finna whoop this. You already know. And you already know. Just tell her, just for this debate, you finna drag her. You finna, yeah, Ike Turner. Before the clap back. And catch the whole domestic violence charge. And we ain't feeling sorry either. No sympathy.
Dulcinea says she's scared to come over here because Sean be bullying her.
Who said that?
Dulcinea.
When she said that?
You be bullying her. She said you disrespectful.
Yeah, that I do. I am. Why am I not gonna be? I'm not finna be respectful to her lying ass. Why? Yeah. What she tell? She told you that over there on Lucky Channel?
I said, why you don't have a conversation with Sean? She said he
scared of me.
Well,
You scared of me. When I get on the panel when she around, you know what she do?
What?
Shut the fuck up. Cause she know I'm talking directly to her. So she shut her ass completely up. Just like when I went over there the other day on Smoke Signal Channel. And I pulled up the graveyard and all of that. And I told her, I said, now go pull it up. Cause she she notorious for going behind you and try to pull up some shit and try to cross reference you and trip you up. So I was like, yeah, pull it up. That's why I was telling her, I was talking directly to her, cause I know how sneaky she is. She didn't want to pull up nothing. Yeah, whoop her ass like Ike in the restaurant. Make her eat that motherfucking cake. At the conclusion of your slides, bro, you should have a video of Ike Turner of like 20 seconds. Ike Turner shoving that cake in Anime face. And tell her, eat the cake, Anime.
Silly. Who's moderating the debate?
Pseudo ass Calvin Roberts, Denzel Roberts.
Is he fair?
No, he an elbow. He dropped the elbow. Now he just claiming himself to just be American. You know who Calvin Denzel Roberts is, don't you?
No.
Yeah, they otherwise known as Aboriginal Power.
Oh, okay. God, he changed his name.
From Knoxville. Knoxville, Tennessee know him as Calvin Denzel Roberts.
He got that strong Southern accent.
He ain't got no strong Southern nothing. That nigga 5'8", 5'9", 400 pounds.
What?
Straight out of the projects. Low IQ. And he don't read. That's why they talk like they talk. Straight up.
Well, I can't wait till Sunday. I want to see this now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a murder. Yeah, he's gonna go on he's gonna do it like I'm telling you.
It's 7 p.m., right?
I don't know the time. Don't have me lying.
You know,
What time of debate, Lucky? What time of debate, Lucky? I just know I'm gonna get a text message like right before it starts. And then they're gonna let me know when it starts. What time it start, Lucky? You see how the elbow, they was in here earlier. They were packed up in here. They weren't saying nothing. They was just sitting in here being quiet. They came in here to sit down. They came in here, set their ass down, and shut the fuck up. Like they should be doing every time somebody live. Come in, sit down, and shut their ass up because they don't know nothing. 7 p.m. your time.
My time. Okay.
Yeah. 7 p.m. your time. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're handling business like a G2. Don't play no games. Have your people in there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, post it everywhere so everybody could see it. Somebody said put it on TikTok.
You post it.
Look, Lucky, are you putting it on TikTok? Yeah. I might do some clip and people could judge for themselves.
People can judge for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She gonna run. I think she gonna run. I ain't gonna cap. I think we gonna get to right up to the debate. Then her black ass gonna fade to black. Talk about her computer don't work or something. She gonna come up with something, and then they gonna let her slide on it. But if she show up though, no mercy. No mercy. Treat her like she one of the dudes. We going. Cause I know dude gonna try to do an after show. We're gonna do our own after show. Lucky might still be over there talking to him, but we're gonna do our own after show. Cause We're gonna do it and move on. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna move on to the next thing. We already know how this finna go.
What's the topic again? What's the topic of the debate?
Origins of AOO. Yeah, we ain't even finna play all these games. We ain't got no time to play none of these games. They got us all the way messed up. Straight up. You see how they fade? And look how they running away. Then they gonna be live and then they gonna be talking all, you know what I mean? They gonna be talking all around us and shit. Watch. They gonna be talking all around us and shit. She gonna be crazy.
Come on, Dulcinea, hit the link. Let's have a
She
conversation.
listening. She listening. She's scared of me.
Y'all not gonna bother you. I got you.
She's scared of me. That don't even matter. She's scared of me. All day long. You scared. That's why you calling somebody else. I want, what do you say? I want everyone to clip and make reactions. That's a fact. If you clip and make reactions, you know what I mean, it's going up. You heard what he said. You better be clipping it and making reactions. You got TikTok. I ain't got that shit.
Why? Because I'm putting your stuff up on there.
Why the fuck I'm doing that?
Cause but you in the crowd. You gotta.
No, bro. I ain't doing that. You could do it. Make yourself useful.
Oh, really?
You be clipping everybody else shit. You be trying to hide clipping me.
That is why I'm everywhere, so I might as well be clipping some stuff.
Exactly. What's up, Vyasa? We ain't playing no games. They don't even understand evolution, but be trying to talk about evolution. They ain't, you can't. We ain't even just get into the transitional fossils or none of that we got evidence for. Like I don't even know why they try to have these conversations though. That's why y'all ain't learning, man. I keep trying to tell y'all, these people is pseudo. They pseudo. Straight up. Hey, that chat look a lot cleaner when you ain't got no pseudos popping up like motherfucker that can't read. Dumb and Dumber don't show up. Yo, Pete, pull this video, pull that link up in the back, Pete. Pull the link up, Pete.
Did you block him again?
Nah, who, Yodi? Nah, Yodi ain't blocked.
V-Note and the other dude.
Oh, Vernell, his name is Vernell. What other dude? I don't know the other dude.
Yadi?
Yodi, I just said Yodi ain't blocked.
Oh, okay.
Yodi at work. That white lady got him in the chokehold. Straight up. Yodi ain't doing nothing. Yeah, Yodi can't do nothing. What you think he gonna do? What make you feel like Yodi gonna do something? I'm curious. He said he's just cleaning up his presentation. Call him Vernell now. Yeah, it's fake. His name is Vernell. That's his name, bro. Call that man by his name.
That's his real name.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Vyasa said He stopped Vino Oklahomian from banging Seminole and have to admit he was black on Cube Channel. He was pissed how I tripped him up. Mmm. Mmm. Beat Active says, do you about, I don't know what you mean by that. I guess you're saying, do you know about the Costa paintings? What is important about the Costa paintings, you may ask? Well, the importance of the Costa paintings was that they were painted by mestizos in North America. They painted how the demographic of the communities in North America looks between 1600s, 1700s in places like New Mexico, Texas, Florida, California, New Orleans, and Mexico. What's your point? Be active. Get to your piss on. And why you calling them mestizos? Why you calling them mestizos? Nah, he ain't coming. Or maybe it's delayed. Maybe it's delayed. Say that. Man, I was gonna pull up my book and everything. Y'all know my favorite book is When I Talk to Pseudos. Plus how Spanish, Indigenous, and Africans also look like and how mixed people look like. And they were identified as how Spanish colony. Man, them people don't look alike, bruh.
Look at ship.
Yep, at its finest.
What about blood type? What blood type gonna prove you're black?
What happened? Blood typing whole essays in the chat. He talking about dude comments.
Oh.
Beat active. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hit the link.
I don't know what you're talking about. The people that populated the Americas ain't even seen a European.
Pure black funny as hell. Oh, really? Your head is much bigger than mine. Trust me.
Nah, cut your camera on.
I'm on this station.
What's good, everybody?
Hey.
Yeah, Sean, he was on Q Butter's channel. And he was banging with them from an FBA position. And he got to the point of immigrants come over here and they get access to education that a black man should be getting. And I got tired of listening to it, so I jumped up there and asked him a simple question. Fino, you Seminole, you get access to grants for education. How come you not getting them? Everything changed after that, bro. You know how normally he reply with some dumb shit and start asking a million questions that don't have nothing to do with the subject. He just got hush mouth and
Cut your
left
camera
the
on, please.
stage.
I believe you. What was his
Nothing, just rambling.
Oh.
Sea line like normal.
Yeah,
But because everybody wasn't used to his usual lineup of questions,
he gonna say
they was
talking about him and shit.
they was entertaining it. I couldn't listen no more and jumped up and asked that one simple question, and that was the end of it.
That's crazy.
You read the blackout report yet?
No, hold on. Hold on. No, what's on there?
It's a lot. You're gonna have to go through it. Let me see if I got it pulled up already. I might have to get another link. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop it in the back chat.
All right.
Oh, here it go right here.
Sometimes I wonder if people think that because you look a certain way, you're those people.
Yeah, the way you braided your hair to the side, they thought you was arrow. What you talking about?
See, that's why you a troublemaker. Don't say, come get him, cause
Why you keep calling it on there? She ain't gonna pop up.
she gonna pop up. I just gotta say her.
This ain't popping up nowhere. I know you just like what's the name of them?
Who?
Honey Clark.
Uh,
Yeah, you just talking to be active. We know all of that. What you talking about?
Okay, Sean, it should be in the back now. When you
You
get a
just put it in the
chance,
back.
it should be.
You
When you
want
get a
this on the screen
chance,
or something?
no. I mean, you don't have to. You can. The more awareness we have to it, the better. But if you do pull it up, make sure we put emphasis on look at what's happening to black people as we sit back and argue amongst black people who the fuck they are and how retarded it is and how counterproductive it is to the real struggles. Because while we
Yeah,
sitting back trying to,
we know it's definitely counterproductive because it's getting in the way of a whole lot of advancing shit. We can't
yeah.
even advance.
Now, speaking to that word advance, when you go through it and you see all the funds that's being stripped away from various pillars that help the black community on a whole, it's going to
Yeah.
show how ignorant this is. Everything from education to health is being stripped away, and they trying to figure out how to prove that they Pocahontas in now.
They said they're trying to prove they Pocahontas and they seen that Pocahontas sign, that community where the black people live at. Then go from there. Crazy. Hold on, I was reading the thing. Hold on, my bad. You gonna talk to little what's that dude name? He claiming Abraham John Horse. What's the other one? Abraham John Horse and
Bowlegs.
Bowlegs. Billy Bowlegs and Cujo. He says Cujo.
is that her cousin? She got a cousin that I know. JJ 7000 is her cousin or something too. So Sanaya.
Hold on, time out. What?
Yeah, JJ 7000 is her cousin, and I'm not sure if it's
You
Kojo.
lying. You lying.
Know that?
No, you lying. You lying your ass off.
They no.
Oh yeah, I ain't never respected her. I ain't giving her an ounce of respect. That nigga think he West African. So how your cousin went from being a Hebrew, anti-African, all that bullshit to now he West African, Mali, Mandinka Mali ass looking, and now you claim to be an Abo. Your cousin, this is a second cousin that corrected the first cousin without even a conversation. Yeah. You fake all the way around that hole. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Think about what I'm saying, bro. That's crazy.
It said, who doesn't know it? No, not black people. Afro, kinky, curly, woolly, and nappy hair. Why people say nappy hair? Like, what the hell is nappy hair? You mean tight curls?
They don't know. They just saying some shit.
Oh.
He called them all these ninja tals.
You know, white people could have nappy hair too. It just
Yeah, be active. We know that that the indigenous people that was here are not black. So you preaching to the choir, homie. Yeah, you definitely preaching to the choir with that one, homie. Man, I don't even wanna look at that fat head, melanated fat head ass. Her head almost as big as yours, Mickey.
You got jokes.
Y'all, them island girls with them fat ass heads.
Oh yeah, my head ain't that fat. I got a 4-finger forehead. A forehead.
So what?
You know how people be putting 4 fingers on your forehead?
You got a 5 head?
They got a forehead.
This girl said her head is a 5 head.
You should speak.
Go ahead, beat them out, man. You just got hair covering up all this shit.
No, it's never that. Black.
Look cap, big cap. I dare any elbow to hit the link. Source up, prove me wrong. Source up, prove me wrong, man. Come on, pull out that 1984 source. 1780 source. 1902 source. 1890 source. Pull this shit up. I'm sure they're gonna kick me up out the group. They did.
See, you just started already and got kicked out.
Nah, I never joined the group.
Oh,
I could comment in the group.
is that same group I send you that picture from?
I don't know.
There's a whole bunch of those groups.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole bunch of them pseudo ass groups. No, Sean. He said they were never not black. I know he ain't Abo. Yeah, I know he ain't Abo. He trying to defend his people. Ain't no wrong with you defending your people, dog. Defend your people, dog. I know how black people get, bro. They done turn white. Look, they suspended. Look, it says your profile is suspended from this group. So that means one of the Abos did it. They did it They did it 2 hours ago. I've been live. I ain't even been in the group.
They must have saw you live. And
Then look, I had so many posts in there that I was hitting them with facts. I went on a fact spree. It says admins have limited you to 2 posts per day until December 6th.
Oh, okay.
You just suspended me, fool. I can't even post in the account. The fuck you mean? Then they blocked 2. Let me see what 2 they just blocked. They got mad at my okay. Yo, yeah, they tripping. Let me hit a Robert, bro. This shit ain't right, bro. This shit ain't right.
You know, people scared of truth or facts or whatever.
Man, and they were talking about blocking me already. So I'm like, but y'all already talking about blocking me, bro. Like, why y'all making a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, why y'all making a whole thing about blocking me? Like, just go ahead and block me.
Oh, they had a conversation, a discussion?
Yeah, they on my post talking about, man, I'm getting ready to block you. What you getting ready to block me for? On some real shit. What you finna block me for? What am I posting that poses a threat to you? The truth. I ain't letting you still leave Native American shit. Man, they lost. We won. We survived the bullshit the white man tried to do to us. The Native American lost all their shit. They lost all their shit. They lost millions of people.
I was trying to get my niece father on here because he's half Native, half black. Like his mother is Native American and his father is half like black. I guess he said he's black. I was trying to get him on here so he could talk. They said they got their own language and all of that too. I'm like, see, they got people out here faking it.
Man, these Negroes in America are not them people that, you know what I mean? They ain't nothing. Let me see what we got going on. We saved ourselves. Not a coincidence and true story, and been telling y'all that Rob on now. We saved ourselves. Dosing their ass is super pseudo. But now she'll never have a conversation with me because I ain't gonna respect it. I don't think she's intelligent at all. I think she's stupid.
He said you too difficult. But even though you can't have you had a conversation with Vino.
No. I tried to talk to her before, but she tried to act like she knew some shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, hold on. Let me keep it a buck. First of all, she can't lie and say that she ain't had no conversation because one day she was on somebody's panel and I went over there and made her look stupid, and then I got off the panel, and she been mad at that ever since.
Damn.
And she was over there trying to talk like she an authority.
Yeah, that's her personality. That's her character.
That ain't her character.
There, you gotta talk like you have some kind of confidence.
Nah, that ain't her character.
Well, yes, it is.
No, it ain't. That ain't her character. You don't know her offline. That ain't her character.
Yeah, but the stuff that
ain't no yeah, but.
No, because this little that I know about her, besides her information, she's okay. She's not a bad person.
Nah, that bitch a liar.
You gotta focus on the information.
Nah, you gotta focus on she a liar.
No, you gotta focus on the information.
Yeah, is she not a liar? Yes or no?
To her,
I proved it. With the information, I proved it.
Well, yeah, of course you go.
Look, she had a whole source. I came over there and beat all of them up, and she got quiet and fell to the back. And then the other day when I went on Smoke Signal shit, she got quiet. She was doing all that motherfucking talking until Smoke added me on the panel. When Smoke added me up, she went mute.
Because she knows you don't like her.
I pulled straight up to talk about her black ass. To her. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't finna do it in the chat. I got on the panel just to talk directly to her black ass. Cause I wanted her to try to go behind me. Lucky, I mean, she did that same fake shit to Lucky. Like Lucky tried to tell her some shit and then she tried to play Lucky like he didn't say X, Y, and Z. Nah, bro.
Some of the stuff I don't listen to, so I don't have no clue what's going on. Because once it goes left, I'm going the other way. I'm going right. So a lot of these stuff I don't even pay no mind because my brain. But y'all continue to fight. Somebody gotta do it. Damn.
She Pseudo. I don't care what nobody says. She Pseudo.
Yeah.
And you ain't even being honest with her.
No, listen.
Ain't no listen. You ain't being honest. You ain't telling the truth.
I can't change her mind.
I ain't tell you to change your mind. You didn't tell her the truth. You ain't check her either. You ain't check. You ain't check her. You ain't check her either.
I have to change her mind. I don't have time to be like these.
Nobody said you had to do this or that. And you let her know. You ain't even check. You ain't say where did you get that from though.
I do. I be calling her out, and I be like, but you know what? Besides that, I can't. I'm not gonna hate her as a person, but her information.
Yeah, I hate her.
Wrong.
I hate that hoe.
Why? Because her information.
Nope. Cause she a lying ass motherfucker.
You know what? There's a lot of them.
She proved she was African through DNA. She proved her family was a part of the slave trade and was actually enslaved. And yes, she still thinks that she's an indigenous American after providing the evidence that said what she was. That is disingenuous. I don't like disingenuous. I don't like none of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, you can't get personal with the person. The
Yeah.
information. Get it up.
I can't. After you done lied to me, no. After I sit here and listen to you, and you wasted 3 hours of my time lying to me. Man, I
Whose
can't.
fault is that?
Nah, bro.
Whose fault is that?
Nah, I hate lies. I hate lies.
I hate liars too, but they still.
Nah, yeah, no, you don't. No, you don't, because you sit there and let these motherfuckers get on these panels and lie to your ass. No. I'm consistent.
Who's gonna sit 3 hours and listen to lies?
I'm consistent. I ain't never sit there and listen to it for 3 hours. I'm combining out all the times I have.
Look how many time you waste.
I wasted a lot of time on this lying ass heifer.
For real.
Yeah, that heifer a lie. And then I gotta sit here and listen to Not a Coincidence, talk to the lying ass heifer. Nah, bro. I ain't doing none of that. It's over with.
I be seeing these different names. But some of these people I ain't seen before.
Agent McGott. As an outsider, I appreciate what y'all do, but arguing with crackheads and people whose reading comprehension skills, 3 years old, bro, 3. I mean, on 3rd grade level, you said 6-year-old. Yeah, well, hold on. What's 3rd grade level? How old you gotta be?
5, I think. Wait, 3rd grade. I know kindergarten maybe 5.
Oh damn, he's saying they kindergarten.
I think kindergarten you start at 5 years old.
I was trying to give him a little benefit of the doubt. This in the chat said they got motherfucking kindergarten.
Oh
Lord. He said I said 3rd grade read low. He said hell no. He said kindergarten. he said kindergarten. He said fuck that shit. Kindergarten. Ramon said 8.
Yeah, 6.
Hey, man, I'm going with kindergarten. I'm going with kindergarten, first grade.
Yeah, I think you'd be 8-year-old in 3rd grade. That's right.
Yeah, I'm going right there.
So Lucky, you ready? I'm hyped.
Lucky ready. Kindergarten is crazy, but you got to think about it. Some of these people are not intelligent enough to be able to do that for real on all. You know what I mean? They ain't ready to do that. Why you think they ain't hit the link, bro? That link been out there for them to join the panel, bro. So I don't know what's up with their profile picture. What you running from? Some roaches?
Oh Lord.
Somebody asked it.
Nah,
Yeah, I'm running from roaches.
Mm. Man, this dude just posted some bullshit. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, I restrict, man. Come on, bro. Where Robert at, man? Let me tell you, nigga, man. They restricting my profile, bro. Then when I don't post in that bitch, they gonna be looking.
How many rounds? I just want to know. How many rounds? How many minutes? Lucky, hit the link. And this might be like a quick debate.
Yeah, it's gonna be quick as fuck. He gonna beat her ass round after round after round. She gonna be doing all that old extra ass talking. Lucky gonna be on her top. He ain't playing with her.
I just don't want to hear no pseudo for a long time period of time.
Nah, it's gonna be 30 minutes of pseudo. I think they doing 30-minute rounds. I ain't even capping.
It is a pseudo. All together or just rounds? Chill.
Bro, rounds, bro.
Damn.
Oh no, Lucky. Hey, Lucky, hit the link real quick. So we can get the format. What up? Here's the link, bro. Is it in the chat? Should be.
You got a pseudo moderator. Oh Lord.
Yeah, so he gonna be doing the moderating, but I mean he kind of straight down the line on the moderation.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's still gonna be, it's still gonna be what it's gonna be.
What's up with it? What's up with it?
What up, look?
So how many minutes around?
So we doing 15-minute rounds with 3 minute rebuttal. So it'll be 18 minutes each round. So
Okay.
I'm hoping that she forfeits some of those minutes. Every debate I usually have, at least one round, Aboriginals gonna forfeit a good majority of their time. You know what I mean? Because they don't really have enough evidence They don't have any evidence, but they don't have enough information, and they're not good enough at orating to be able to really do 3 whole rounds. I'm just brushing up my presentation now. I'm actually gonna have 2 presentations. I'm coming with 2 different presentations because abos, they love pictures, they love slides, so we're gonna hit them with 1,000,000 of them.
She said she has 100 slides.
She said that she got 100 slides.
Yeah.
Okay, she just that's something that top cats always say. They always say they always give up some humongous number like, oh, I got 3,000,000 slides, and then they just run through them super fast.
Right.
You know what I mean? They run through them at 3x speed, so you don't never get to see really one source. You gonna see, watch how she do it. You gonna be like, man, what? Can you go back to that screen? And she gonna be zooming 100 miles an hour, source to source to source to source. Because if you take too long, we gonna see it say African. But that's what I plan on doing. That's why I said I'm just making my presentation pretty, and I'm finna spend the majority of my time debunking what she's saying. Cause she not gonna be able to tell the truth. It's a debate, and she finna be in the records line. So I'm just gonna show where she lying at, and I'm gonna keep it moving.
That's right.
Sean already provided. This what killed me though. Sean dropped all them links 4 days ago. He dropped all them links in the chat for her to act like she didn't see them. But then the next day when she's talking on the panel with me, she like, we're gonna have to bring up the bottleneck event. That's very important. Autosomal DNA is very important. I'm like, fam, you got all that stuff from out the chat.
Yeah, happy birthday to old Goon too, by the way. Shit, my bad.
Most definitely.
Man, she don't. I think she still don't understand, comprehend what it is. But the problem is her. I never seen a female like this, but her her attitude toward trying to be right puts her in a full compromise. Because she be thinking that she be right, she be rolling in the motherfucker on shit.
See, that's the problem. So how do you get through to somebody that think they right? What you?
We ain't trying to get through to her. It's a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're in a debate setting, she gotta own that shit.
Right.
Can't nobody help her. They can't interrupt the conversation. They can't stop Lucky. You know what I mean? They can't do none of that. Only thing they can try to do is during a question and answer round, or if it's a panel and they question it, the only thing they can do is try to muddy the water so she can goddamn recover.
Whatever you running for. Right. Well, I can't wait till Sunday. Y'all hyping it up right now.
Nah, it's definitely gonna be an easy one. You know what I mean? They gonna lie, but we always got the evidence. But this situation right here, we talked about this so much. Like Sean P done talked about it. Not a coincidence done talked about it. We already seen Ali Muhammad get beat up on this topic. So it's like we really beating a dead horse. That's why I wanted to just try to make it clean, try to get a bunch of pictures in the presentation, so I can just clip this stuff up and put it all on social media. I want every Indian and Aboriginal to see that Albert Perry don't got nothing to do with you.
Right.
Oh, Sean, I also found, I didn't even realize, but AOO Cameroon got their own YouTube channel. The AOO Cameroon project.
Yeah, they do. The project, they got a website too where you can donate to their research.
Yeah, I was thinking about donating so I can get some early access to that AOO when it come out.
Yeah. What's probably even better though, they might even respond to you, Lucky, if you email them.
Oh yeah, I should start doing stuff like that.
See, I'll be trying to email them and see if I can get it back. If I get it back, you know what I mean, then you know, go live and show you the okie doke. But if I can get them on the phone, it's even it's even better. Hold up. It's nighttime now too. Damn.
Yeah, because I did my, I'm doing my little research. I'm seeing they got
Mm-hmm.
a lot of active stuff going on right now. Like they should be
About
releasing.
it.
You say what?
I said just about it.
Yeah, they should. They should be releasing some new information here real soon. So I give it 6 months. The Apple's gonna really have nothing to talk about. And from what I've been seeing, they already got hundreds of samples that they confirm is AOO. They just waiting to put them in the official. They were published the official report, like how they did it in the beginning when they dropped it in '08,
Mm-hmm.
and then by 2013 or by 2013, then we had the full article. We had the full research article. So when we get a new update, man, it's over with. They ain't got a leg to stand on. They already don't, but it'll definitely be a wrap after this. Cause I'm asking her. She answered the question. You remember this, Sean? When I asked her how many samples they have of AOO, she said only 2.
Yeah, she tripping. She was tripping on that one.
And she said they was both from America. So I don't. Was there another person besides the Albert Perry line that was positive for AOO in America? I haven't seen it.
Nah, I'm trying to hold up. All right, here you go. Cause see, back a long time ago, even goddamn Garfield was on it. But I'm on the website right now. Join the discussion. Uh, so that's much very kind. You know me. What you know what I'm over here trying to make happen. So you gotta give me a second.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just brushing up. I got the one presentation I'm doing by hand, and then I had the AI whip me up a presentation too. So I'm gonna use them both.
Okay.
Like
I
I said, I
don't know
know that.
nothing about the AI presentation shit. I ain't gonna cap you down.
Oh yeah, I gotta. I'll show you that the AI presentation. It ain't too bad. Let me go to it real quick.
Are you gonna show some of your presentation?
Yeah, I done gave away all my slide. I mean, all my information. They can't beat the truth.
True. That's true.
And like I said, she ain't even got enough talent to out talk me. She gonna be up that line.
Yep. Well, all you gotta do is focus on the lie.
He shows sources though, right?
We don't know what she gonna show. We know she gonna deny.
Oh, but every time she talking about something, she gotta show some source.
So the only source she's quoted or she's mentioned that she's gonna try to quote has been Fernando Menendez, which was the first report in 2013. So she's gonna stick on 2013. First of all, in that report itself, everything in that report is suggesting what I'm saying. They wouldn't have went to Cameroon, like Sean said. She don't even understand why they went to Cameroon. She don't even understand what the mutation is or how they find the mutation when they're looking at the SNPs. She don't know about none of that type of stuff. She don't know what they're identifying the AOO to be. She know what I'm saying, all that type of stuff. She was trying to fish for that in our face off when she asked me like a question about do I know how they're coming up with AOO when they're looking at the SNPs, and I just answered her yes. I didn't go into the details about it because I know she don't know. She don't know. So when we get into that conversation, because she started this whole thing off with saying his mutation, Albert Perry's mutation, was going to be the oldest one we find. So if you're talking about a mutation and it's going to be the oldest one, then that means you should know what the mutation is, where it is on the chromosome, and you should know, like I said, why they had to go to Africa based on the analysis. So they ain't on point. They ain't on point. But hold on, let me share my screen real quick. I think I got it up now. This is called Kimmy.
Hold on, I'm finna where are you sharing it now? I don't see it yet.
Yeah, I just put it up.
Okay, there you go.
So this is just something like I said, I got something that I'm putting together, but this is just visually so they can see what we got going on. So that way, when I'm just talking off the hip, I'm giving them good stuff to look at, good stuff to see that corroborate what I'm saying, because everything I'm saying gonna be on the screen. I'd have been already reading, so it ain't like I'm. Oh no, we're watching commercials. We definitely watching commercials.
You know she's spying on.
I hope she is. She needs to be. That's why I'm disappointed if she doesn't. Like, I come from a sports background. If you're not watching film before
Yeah,
the game, you don't have a chance.
get your ass smacked.
So look, I got the little phylogenetic, just a little quick one. You know what I mean? So when I'm talking about phylogenetics, they can see something. And then when I go to the full wide tree, that'll be a whole nother conversation. Like I said, I got the visuals, but I'm also going to be jumping into the articles. You know what I mean? Jumping in and out of articles, in and out of PowerPoints, just to keep them on their toes. Boom. We got the evidence of the Embo and the Bang Why. We got pictures for them, Sean. We got good photographs for them. We got colors. You know what I'm saying? We checking off all the boxes. We got pictures and colors for these niggas, Sean.
She said pictures and colors.
And that's made on Kimmy.
Yeah, Kimmy.
So what? Okay, so you just put all your information in there and then summarize it.
Yeah, I told him that I'm having a debate on somebody who believes AOO is from African origins. I mean, of American origins, and I'm taking a position of African. And then I gave him like a list of stuff I'm already covering. Like, I gave him like 6 talking points that I wanted to cover, and they just ran the 6 talking points out. So I got the same 6 on my actual presentation. I got, like I said, I got 6 talking points I'm gonna stick to, and then the same thing is just presented. The AI just came up with all the colorful things. You know what I mean? They gave you the 4 children analyzed, all the good stuff I'm gonna say. Like I said, all the points I'm hitting on is just visualized. So when I'm saying it, they can see it. Look, I don't want to give up too much, but like I said, we got the defining mutations and all that type of stuff. And I can just jump in and out of it. You know what I mean? I can go from here to the age estimations. I can get down into the genetics. We can talk about the misconceptions. You know what I mean? Like all that type of stuff. So, and this is just the second PowerPoint. My actual one is more precise to the point because I'm using my actual words. Like it looks more natural to our conversation. But yeah, it's called Kimmy.
I ain't never saying that. That's hard though. That summary hard.
Yeah, I know they gonna like them pictures and colors, Sean. You think I'm playing?
These are the pictures and colors.
That's what they need. Like you said, they kindergartners. Ramon funny as hell. I just seen that.
Once the new update comes, the Abos will run sweep right conspiracy. Y'all know they playbook. Yeah, you already know it. You already know what they gonna say, bro. You already know what they gonna say. They gonna claim that, then they gonna turn around and you know what I'm saying. They gonna claim something, debunk something, not understanding what actually transpired or happened. Mika, where you at? You over there trying to get JJ 7,000?
You funny. Yo, my neighbor's playing all these oldies, 90s music.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you didn't know they was the cousin. True.
No, I didn't. Yo, did you know that Lucky? Dulcinea cousin is JJ 7,000. I'm still trying to figure out how you know that.
I think they went live. He went live and said, "You know, those is my cousin."
Yeah, I think she did say. I do remember that, but she don't. Ever since Sarnetta kind of put her out there like that, she don't really speak about the people that she used to interact with over there. But what I mean, I'm bringing that up next time. I'm like, what's up with your cousin?
Yeah, Molly Mandinka.
I think that's they changing his name.
Why? And then send you a friend request.
Yo, he's wild. But
Man, that man has sent me 12 friend requests.
he keeps saying he beat you, Sean.
He can say all he want. You know he ain't beat nothing. He ain't beat nothing but that little white girl he caught that case with.
Oh wow! Shots.
That's the only beat he did. That little white girl. He went to jail for. We all know elbows from kindergarten.
Hey, Sabio.
I think my son. I think my granddaughter here.
Sabio, you know they having the debate.
I'm
Hold
sitting
on.
back, Sean, trying to think of
Hold on, David.
but to the audience. Y'all give me a few days, it'll come back to me. I'm gonna have to go through some of my books again. But one of the books I was reading makes a clear distinction in between us as black people and Native Americans as we was petitioning for statehood out here in Indian Territory. And it pointed out that we was culturally different as well, that they being natives, remained nomadic people and avoided trade, whether you look at it from a capitalistic lens or socialist lens, they avoided trade through a Eurocentric lens all in together. But they put emphasis on why would you give them land and try to bring them into the government while they don't want to participate and deny us the chance to prove that we could do these things. I just got to remember that might be in that contested territory book, Sean. I'm gonna have to go
Which
back
one?
through it, but it broke it down. It's called contested territory.
Oh, yeah.
If that's what book I was reading that broke that down, because not too many have highlighted that. I'm just trying to remember where I was reading that at.
A girl, right? That's your granddaughter. You a grandpa?
Yeah, daddy got looking like a dude. You want to take your jacket off?
How
Yeah, you
many?
got on the long sleeve.
How many months?
3.
3 months. The
Um,
time go by so fast.
yeah. Yep, it do.
Sean love the keys.
Yeah, your grand still gonna be mad about you. But hey, no big
Like,
deal.
oh.
Hmm? What you trying to say? What they do to you?
Look at you.
Mhm.
You can look at you. What it do to you?
Yeah, what they do? They talking
All
crazy?
because you love them kids.
Yeah. I love the kid. That's a fact. I can't cuss no more now. That's right. All
Oh
cussing,
yes. We know your weakness now.
all cussing stop.
Hmm. We know the weakness now.
Yeah. She trying to sit.
Baby, hold on. Let me see the baby. I got
Here.
camera.
Nah, bro, I ain't putting on camera. I just showed y'all.
The baby looking Puerto Rican. Yo, I gotta my sister she's a grandma too, and she got a Puerto Rican child. But we all like mixed up. Like,
Of
yeah.
course, y'all mixed up. Shoot.
Oh, you got the grandbaby with you today?
Yeah, I'm thugging.
Oh man,
No more cussing.
no more cussing.
Yo, blackity black card is revoked.
What they saying? What up? What up? Oh, that's Sabio. I'm like, who the hell is that in the chat? That boy Ling Ling is pissed. He pissed at me. He pissed at Sai. He pissed at YK. He finna be pissed at Lucky. He pissed at Neck. He keep making videos and tagging people.
He made a video about you again.
Video or a post. I don't be looking at him though.
Yeah, I got him muted. I don't even be seeing when he be responding to me.
Man, I just be looking at it and laughing, bro. I ain't gonna care. I looked at one of them and then I just started asking him stuff. And then he started, it's all the denial stuff. Let me see.
Yeah, everybody's scared to hit the link. So you can't even get no abo here.
Nah, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Just get it up. You done seen this story all too many times. I don't even know why you trying to act like you ain't never seen the story. You know that. You know this. You know what I mean. You know they run from it. There's too many requirements for them. They just can't come up here and gossip.
When you gonna do a Garfield channel?
Huh?
Are you gonna do a show on Garfield channel?
I don't know.
Don't let me start now.
Bro, you got to get up early in the morning for that. Definitely got to get up way too early for that.
How would you
But nah, I ain't gonna hold y'all up though, man. Lucky debate on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central.
He don't have
4 p.m. West Coast. We gonna be streaming for sure.
No, like we could share it on what do they call it again? Shit, I can't even think right now.
TikTok.
No, like a poster or something that you could share.
Flyer.
A flyer. That's what I was trying to think.
Shit on. You know what I mean? I don't know if you got a flyer. Look.
Yeah, it's a low budget flyer though. I can go find it. They made it up, but they ain't even used the right. They ain't used the right logo. You know what I mean? So, but it is what it is. I don't mind it. Let me go find it.
I see you sitting up. You is doing a little bit better, little girl. I'm finna go buy you a chair.
Look at him. Oh. Buy her car too.
What you mean? She got a stroller over there. She got a high class stroller.
The hell out of her.
She got the stroller. Man, if y'all seen that stroller I got right there, that motherfucker is chocolate. What is it? Chocolate and rose gold.
Look at you.
That mug come open, and it lean all the way back. It's got Look
at you. Look at you.
It's got a full basket at the bottom of it though, so you.
She got the convertible John.
Yeah, she got a convertible John, and then the top of it will come all the way forward and cover up.
Oh, look at you how he talking. Oh God.
Yeah, you gotta push him in the stroller.
Well, I don't know who this dude is.
What you mean?
I just want to know, is you granddaddy or is you pop? What you is?
Big
He
Daddy.
just
Oh Lord.
This
He
is
said he
crazy.
big daddy.
Yeah,
yeah.
them be teasing though.
It's so weird seeing short like that. That's not the short I know.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do none of that cussing and fussing right now. We'll cuss you out.
That's gonna be her first word.
Nah, we ain't doing that. She don't know that history, ain't you? Don't know that history. Don't know that science.
Hmm.
Don't know the game, ain't you? Ain't you gonna know the game? She chilling though. She cool. I'm surprised she ain't boo boo. She been tearing milk up though.
Mm,
About an hour, she gonna be home.
like, mm.
She got that breast milk.
Mm.
What's
Yeah.
up? Hmm? What they do to you over there with them people? No, I don't trust.
Even talk. Oh, she gonna answer. Wait,
I don't trust them people. She is. She talking
girl. Only you know what she's saying, though, right?
facts. We talking click.
You be like, yeah, oh yeah.
I don't know why she act like she teasing though. Not really teasing. Slobbing though.
Girl, we gonna turn it to a baby channel.
Nah. We beat people up over here. We beating people up. When we ain't beating people up, we educate. That's what we try to do all day. Educate, motivate, educate. Hey yo, so also Sunday morning, Black Panther will be live, man. I need y'all to tap in and get to that show. He already done made a video for that one, so y'all can go on the thing and share that video. He gonna be talking about the crocodiles he was feeding, walking up on and just feeding. Yeah, it's all a part of his journey and his trip when he went to the land of the upright people. Yeah, the
Where he
Mas.
where he living? He in Africa or something?
He back from Africa. He was in Africa. He went to a conference, Pan African conference that had Traore there. You know, Traore been bringing that fire to them people. And so yeah, he met him. He gave him a beret. They talked about dual citizenship and all of that. So for all the people that was at the conference and more, it's a lot of stuff that he probably gonna talk about that trip because there was a lot of stuff done in that trip. And I think he was there for maybe like a week and a half, but every day was something going on. And so he said he got a lot of stuff. So hopefully he get into it. You know,
Mm.
look, girl, you got slob everywhere. What? What? You like to sit up, don't you? You think you're an adult?
Yeah, we gotta leave Sean and his
Yeah.
grand.
So I'm finna slide up out of here, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day.
Me too.
Appreciate y'all tapping in, man. Make sure y'all go over there, subscribe to Lucky channel, man. He's swifting it up. You see him, you see his logo in the chat. Just click on his logo. He go to channel. Go ahead and like. You know what I'm saying? To subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all go watch that video too. Where he interact with Dumb Sine. And that's it on my end, man. Y'all got something y'all want to say?
No, just can't wait till Sunday at 7 p.m. Be there. Hopefully we get a flyer I could just post it around.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get something. I'm trying to find it. As
Mm-hmm.
we dealing with the low budgets, so I
Yeah.
didn't even see the flyer until the face off. So you know what I mean. Face off was the day before yesterday. But yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here, Sean, man. I see you got your hands full right now, man. Salute.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Luck. I see you. I see you. Hey, you going? You doing something tomorrow?
Nah. Tomorrow that's parlay. You know, that's parlay day. You know that we like that's like the Sabbath for all parlay doers.
And I'm gonna have to get in on that, man. I need to spend about 2,000 on something, man. See if I can hit for about 5 or 6.
You spend the 2 messing with me, man. You might hit for the million.
Man, I need to hit, bro. I need to hit for something. I don't even care if I hit for cool. I said something like 5 or 10. You said a million. I'm just trying to goddamn get in there and do a little whoom, you know, and then once I get that, I can pull my little winners and then play with the win and then play with that.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Well, the winning's gone now, but that's what I was doing for a minute. I was playing with my winnings.
Yeah, I just want to build a little count up, then just play with the winners and try to matriculate that right there, and then take everything else and just kind of put it back in my play, and then try to invest it where I can. I want to try to get some property and do the little Section 8 thing. I think that's a move. This Jewish dude at my job was talking about it. Him and his friends, his fraternity friends, that what they doing. They're doing that group investment stuff.
Oh yeah, the affordable housing gig.
Yeah, so it's about 10 of them. Probably they putting about 20 a piece in there, and then they coming away. You know what I mean? Tearing that ass up. They know they're getting the money at the first of every month from the government. So
20 a piece. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, you said it's 10 people though.
Yeah, 10 people.
Okay.
But sometimes it ain't always 10 though, because you know they just was buying some little $30,000 spots and fixing them up and Section 8 them out. You know what I'm saying? So they reaping the benefit of all that. They said they was in. They said Alpharetta the next move. So I'm looking at information on Alpharetta, seeing how they gonna move, and if they're gonna work out, you know what I'm saying? I want in. I really want in on any real estate.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with little slumlord vibes.
Yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? Definitely. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Make sure y'all, you know, go subscribe. Hopefully, either me or Not a Coincidence will be live tomorrow. We'll probably have some other stuff to talk about. I don't know. I can't watch 8 hours of dosage, so I know I can't get another 30 minutes in. She crazy. I don't know how she did that. And she got what she can on the panel.
I think that video looked like it was like 8 hours. That's crazy.
8.5 hours, and they making up shit the whole 8.5 hours. I ain't see a screenshot.
Nah, you definitely didn't. They didn't share no screen that whole time.
Yep, I know they did. Yeah, man, y'all enjoy y'all Friday, man. I'm spending a little QT with the OGG, the baby girl. Catch y'all later, man. All right, I'll see you. Be smooth, man. Like that show, share that show, man. Tell a friend. We mean business. And we out.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip, I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.